one and all present here. I, Stuti Agrawal, on behalf of the Executive Education Committee, extend a warm welcome to you all. We at IMI Delhi are elated to inaugurate our fourth chapter of HR Conclave, Vimarsh 2025. Vimarsh serves as an enriching platform where thought leaders and HR heads from notable companies from across sectors, the nation converge to exchange ideas, foster collaboration, and explore innovative approaches shaping the future of human resources. As Henry Ford rightly said, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, and working together is success. Vimarsh embodies this spirit, aiming to deepen industry engagement while providing students with invaluable learning and network opportunities. The insights shared here will undoubtedly help us in shaping a more industry centric curriculum. With this vision in mind, Vimarsh 2025 has been carefully curated around themes that reflect the most pressing priorities of the HR landscape today. These sessions has been curated to not only spark dialogues but also inspire actionable strategies that can bridge the gap between academic learning and industry practices. Day one of Vimarsh will be focusing on talent acquisition, a strategic cornerstone for every organization. It goes beyond filling vacancies, it's about identifying the right people who will drive innovation, build culture, and contribute to long term success. Today's session will be providing insights into how these practices can drive organizational growth. Day 2 will spotlight learning and development, another crucial pillar of HR. L&D is about creating a culture of continuous growth, upskilling employees to meet future challenges and ensure organizations remain agile and future ready. To begin with this special occasion, I would like to invite Dr. Swati Dheer, Chairperson HR at IMI Delhi, to kindly address the students.
That was a real extempore. I did not know that I have to address. But a very good morning to one and all. I think Vimmers, where when we started, the idea was to actually bring like minded people, sharing the used cases, because a lot of times we do discuss a lot of things in the class, but students may not be able to visualize the real meaning and how do we actually apply those things in classes in the corporate world. So the whole idea was immerse that what should be the theme, and somehow we were able to converge to these two themes which are mentioned for these 2 days, and everything starts with the recruitment. So that's what very important, that what kind of people we are hiring, right, and what it takes to actually continue and retain them. And the most important thing in the world of AI and generative AI, that how agile we are to reskill them and upskill. So we'll talk about this maybe day 2 in the detailed way, the impact of AI, how learning and development is actually the core of any organization. But before that, how do we start? That's where we hire our talent. So what is so important? What is recruiter looking as a student? What are those skills apart from your technical skills? So the most important thing which comes as, if you plan well, half of your work is done. So I think recruitment will be actually the talent acquisition. We'll be discussing a lot about different kind of platforms, including we'll start with these global capability centers. What are the differences? So I'll not take much of the time because our experts are already there to talk about. The message, the only key thing I'll say, that listen carefully, right? Because they are sharing the gist of their career experience more than a decade. Most of the speakers are having the experience which is like 20 plus years. What they are sharing is kind of a concluding remark, right? They have lived it, they are doing it every day. So I would request all of you to listen carefully, ask good questions, because that helps others also to understand. And always be open to learn, right? There can be n number of ways to reach to the same place, right? So there are people, there are different trajectory they had followed, and they all are doing good, right? So there is no one sacrosanct SOP in management, and that's a beauty, I'd say, in management. So there can be different ways of reaching to the same conclusion, but let's enjoy the process and let's hear from them what how have they done it, right? Maybe you follow it, or you may have actually explored a new way of doing it. So over to the panel members, and I look forward for all these 2 days enriching experience, sharing lot of thoughts, sharing lot of ideas, and exploring it together. So thank you so much, and welcome to all of you for this inauguration session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. To begin this special occasion, I would now like to invite Dr. Swati Dheer, Chairperson HR at IMI Delhi, to kindly address the students. That was done. I'm really sorry. With immense pleasure, I now welcome our chief guest, Ms. Sheetal Sandhu, Group CHRO at ICRA, recipient of the ETHR Leader Award and Z Business HR Super Achievers 2019, a seasoned business leader with over 2 decades of HR and business experience across multiple geographies and sectors. She amplifies excellence in leadership and transformation. We are truly honored to have her with us today. Thank you, ma'am, for honoring us with your presence. I request you to light the lamp and officially mark the beginning of Vimarsh 4.0. I also request the panelists to accompany ma'am. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I now request Ms. Sheetal to say a few words and lay the foundation of the event.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Can you give me a raise of hand? And a sound of claps, please? A little louder. I can't hear it. No. Great. All right, good. So everyone's awake. Breakfast session should not be difficult, of course, but I can't tell you the energy and the vibe I feel the moment I enter an institute of this pedigree, and the level of, industry-led panelist members I met this morning. I think it's an absolute pleasure to be here, so thanks for having me for this session. Just allow me to read my speech a bit while I'll try to be very, very interactive with all of you, but they didn't give me enough time to prepare this, by the way, so I'm going to read some notes as well. It's an absolute pleasure to be part of this forum today at the inaugural session, of course, which I think is going to lead and embark the mode and the discussions, the level of interactions which are required. I think this is the place where ideas are ignited, and Vimarsh itself, by nature of what it literally means, is about pondering over a thought, right? And I think that's where the ideas start to ignite and futures are shaped. I'm assuming most of you are year one students, year one students, year two students, year one? Can I have a raise of hand for year one? I thought so. Year two? Okay, good. Thanks for coming. All right. So, it is today we gather not just to discuss HR, but to explore a powerful question: what does it mean to lead in a new world of work? And as we understand, we are entering a workforce which is going through an extraordinary transformation, leadership revolution. The workplace is evolving at an unprecedented times. Technology is disrupting, or I will say reshaping. Hybrid work is actually calling new innovation and collaboration facets. And this is a no-brainer that as employees, when you are going to enter the workforce, this generation is going to seek much more than just jobs. I think jobs are passé. I think we are not going to, no more going to call it jobs. We are going to call it a sense of purpose. We are going to call it belongingness and the impact you create when you are entering a workforce. In this transformed landscape, leadership is no longer about control and hierarchy. It's going to be about connection, courage, and compassion. And in the age of a human-centered leadership, a model that places people ahead of anything in every decision making is going to be the key. And that's my favorite topic, and what my basic urge to each one of you in the room today is that how to be better leaders. And by the way, leaders doesn't start when you reach a title or a position. It actually starts the moment you're entering the workforce. You don't think yourself as just another executive, someone is going to tell you what to work for and how to work for. You actually lead the way. And after probably listening to some of us today and tomorrow, you may, as Swati ma'am also said, you may also decide to lead it the way you want to do it, or probably have your own ways of actually doing it. And hence, I'm going to say, lead with empathy, leading with compassion, listening deeply. That's going to be the crux. And creating cultures where each one of us feel valued and empowered and inspired is going to be the next transformation in the leadership itself. We keep saying we want to build titles and leaders, and actually I was very curious to see that talent acquisition and leadership and development are actually the core 2 days of the Vimarsh Conclave, which is, by the way, the crux of all the entire HR fraternity, which will lead a change or actually is about to lead a transformation. That said, let me share some stories that will bring us to all this to life of what I am saying, right? And not just from boardrooms, but actually from the global stage. So when India actually assumed G20 presidency, it didn't just host a summit. It actually led with strategic adaptability and inclusive vision. By amplifying the voice of Global South and focusing on digital public infrastructure and sustainability, India demonstrated that leadership in geopolitics can be both principled and people-focused. It was a powerful reminder that leadership is not just about influence, but it is about responsibility. Closer to home, if you have heard of Natarajan Chandrasekharan, Tata Sons chairman, he also focuses on the fact that being agile and empathetic in the digital world is the ask of the day. Having said that, it is not about being smartest in the room, but it is about enabling the best out of the people who are in the room. And that's exactly the essence of any human-centered leadership. And one of my personal favorites is from New Zealand, which is former Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, who showed the world about compassionate leadership. Her response to Christchurch and COVID 19 tragedy led actually embarked empathy and transparency and calmness in the entire leadership paradigm. She reminded us that in the moments of crisis, emotional intelligence is not luxury, it's a necessity. Her leadership style built trust, unity, and resilience, quality that every future leaders must embrace. And I quite personally like this, and as she said, that I refuse to be both compassionate and strong at the same time. And I think that's where the leaders have to, create a paradigm shift the way we are trying to manage our workforce today. Let's also look at some of the interesting aspects back, at the Indian workplace. How many of you know Volvo? Volvo tried creating a fully electric truck recently. Anybody? Yeah. Okay. And this wasn't easy for them. They faced a lot of challenges. They could see anxiety on the face of the employees at the pace of the change they were making. Now, what should a leader sitting out there looking at the faces with anxiety and fears must do, right? They must pause. They must learn that there is an anxiety on the face of people, and hence, HR leaders, plus, of course, the CEOs and the leadership team, must take a step back. They must go to employees, listen, and try to co create solutions around this. And hence, that's exactly Volvo. What they did was that they actually onboarded most of the focus groups from the employees, and they accelerated the entire collaboration and innovation in a massive way. And hence, here they are today, very, very successful. Airbnb, right? Pandemic hit them. There was crisis. There was no way they could have, looked at the models they were already operating with. Leaders pivoted. They actually, again, went back to employees, redesigned their platforms, redesigned their business models, and hence today they're pretty much bouncing back. Each one of you must be using. Another personal favorite of mine is actually Paul Pullman from Unilever. And he has actually embedded sustainability and actually committed to net zero emission, right? And as he says it rightly, that you don't need to, leaders need not be taking charge, right, of the situation. They need to take care of the people who actually take charge. And that's where probably he built the organization with a lot of purpose. So what you see in all these examples is actually collaboration, innovation, agility, and purpose. And that's what the sense of workforce or the future of workforce looks like. You don't just give them jobs, you actually give them a real meaning, purpose, impact about what it takes to be in the workforce. So as we look today, one of the most transformative forces shaping leadership is what? Can someone give me an example? Hands up, what's the most transformative forces in the industry these days? Anybody? No. Artificial intelligence? No brainer, right? And it is no longer a tool, by the way. It is a strategic partner in the decision making for the CEO, the innovation labs, and the organization designed for all the CHROs and HR leaders. Leaders are not only expected to know AI, but they also need to know how to lead with it, right? And there is no any other forum, or what should I say, function which is using it massively, none other than talent acquisition. Unilevers of the world, ICICI Bank, LinkedIn, Accenture, Tata Sons, all these are using platforms which are AI, which are shaping the talent acquisition, not only from artificial intelligence point of view, but actually creating a lot of consistency, the way we are getting workforce into a company and how we are going to survive this workforce into the organization. So after the why part of getting the workforce, this is the how part, which is the talent acquisition part, which is getting the right skills at the right time in the organization. That said, just to give a Unilever example, AI-powered platforms like HireVue. HireVue, have you heard of HireVue, anyone? Yeah? Uses an access, it uses to access entry-level candidates through video interviews. AI analyzes facial expressions, tone, word choice to evaluate traits like resilience and curiosity, by the way, which even till today I cannot do it, but AI is doing it. This has reduced hiring time by 75%, as they claim, right? Improved diversity. enhanced candidate experience. It's a powerful example of how technology can humanize and not dehumanize the hiring process. And I think that is very powerful. We keep saying that technology is going to disrupt, jobs are going to go, humans are not going to be required. But I think there is a there's a mile to go before we probably get into those type of actual hypothesis or real reality checks. And these innovations are not only just helping you hire faster, but they're actually helping you make hiring decisions better. They reflect leadership mindset that embraces fairness, transparency, and strategic foresight. And AI is no more critical, but it is about creating ethical leadership, as you go through this, which will mean that what you feed the machine will actually be the outcome, and hence it is your responsibility as a leader that the algorithms which are being made or which are being coded, they are avoiding any biases, right? You are not feeding machines wrongly. That's the crux. And as HBR emphasizes, that AI in hiring must be explainable and it must be auditable. It should not be left to the machine to just hire. And hence, the question we need to ask in the talent acquisition forums is AI hiring better or just faster? Moving on, and this is to the day 2, which is on the rise of AI, which demands a new leadership playbook altogether. And I spoke about human-centered leadership, which is no longer optionals. As machines take over routine tasks, unique human elements, emotional intelligence, passion, and purpose, these are going to be the key drivers for any leadership which wants to survive in a few decades for now, I'll say. Curiosity, which is strategic advantage, is no more a soft skill. I think I'm going to put this in the functional skill of the job description of my leaders, and that's where the difference of creating and co-creating the world lies with the leaders in hand. AI can help us to do more in less time, but the best leaders will invent that the time and they will reinvest this time in people through coaching, mentoring, and meaningful conversations. As we move deeper into 2025, I just want to highlight a couple of, or maybe list a couple of emerging trends on leadership for all of you. And maybe some of it you have heard of, but I think the more we talk about it, the more we reinforce the fact that this is the need of the hour. Leaders must be fluent in AI, big data, and automation. As I said, it's no-brainer. McKinsey reports that companies with diverse executive teams are 36% more likely to outperform financially. Inclusivity is not just ethical, it's strategic. It's, again, no more a soft value, it's actually the core value for the organization, which is trying to drive innovation and diverse idea, just like Volvo. Second, leaders must be flexible and forward-looking, which will mean that the reports predict that about 97 million new jobs will emerge due to automation by 2025. So there is no fear or threat about not having jobs in future. But that said, WHO also estimates that poor mental health costs global economy about 1 trillion annually in lost productivity, which will mean that while we are trying to balance machine and mind somewhere, we will also have to keep the mental health of our organization and as leaders being more empathetic and compassionate about it. The CEO of the future will actually be driving more of societal issues than only productivity and business financials, which we have seen till now. Leaders must integrate ESG practices into strategy. PwC reports that about 75% of consumers and employees expect ESG practices as part of their day jobs. Leaders must foster trust and cohesion to drive this. Last but not the least, every CEO and every leader must be a coach. And again, it leads to the fact that you need to be much more human-centered while your functional skills, your core skills are taken care. It says that organizations with strong coaching cultures see about 33% of business performance better than anyone else. And hence, leadership is not about knowing all the answers. It is about asking the right questions at the right time. Control over empowerment, that cannot be harped more, but that's going to be their sense as we move forward. Now back to all of you in the room. this is actually your moment. You're entering a world that needs you to be more than managers. It needs you to be visionaries, bridge builders, and change makers. Challenges are complex, but so are you. You have tool, talent, tenacity to actually lead with courage and compassion. Leadership today demands agility, inclusiveness, commitment to values. Be curious, be bold, be deeply human. And by the way, this journey will not begin when you will land in a job, as I said. It will become important and imperative the day you decide what type of leader you want to become. Business leaders and HRs and institutes like IMI, we all have a shared responsibility where we must create an environment that nurture not just knowledge but characters. Future of work will not be built by machines but by humans who know how to lead other humans. Because leadership in the new world of work is not about driving results, it's about creating impact through people. So we begin this conclave, let's commit to this vision. Let's reimagine leadership not as a title, but as a mindset. Let's inspire each other to lead not just with our minds, but by our hearts. Because the world doesn't need more leaders, it needs better leaders. And I truly believe with all my heart that they are sitting right here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind and insightful words. I now request Amit Abrol, sir, to kindly felicitate Ms. Sandhu. With this, we officially mark the inauguration of Vimarsh 2025. Moving ahead, today's event will feature four engaging panel discussions, each lasting 1 hour, where industry leaders will share their insights on the evolving landscape of talent acquisition.
A cloud engineering, the demand for specialized talent has never been higher. In this competitive environment, the ability to attract and retain top talent becomes the ultimate differentiator in shaping global leadership and sustaining long term innovation. To take this discussion forward, I, Charu Arora, the member of Executive Education Committee, would like to welcome our moderator, Professor Dr. Shovik Kumar Bottabel Sir. He is an assistant professor of OB and HR at IMI Delhi. He holds a PhD in management from IIT Delhi and brings expertise in organizational behavior, HR strategy, talent management, and performance management systems. And now, I shall introduce you to our esteemed panelists for this discussion. I'm honored to welcome
Mr. Paramveer Singh Naram, a distinguished talent acquisition leader with nearly 2 decades of rich experience in global banking and financial services. Over the years, he has spearheaded strategic hiring and led multiple recruitment across multiple geographies with organizations such as Capital One, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and Standard Chartered. Recognized among the top 100 HR leaders, Mr. Narang is widely respected for his ability to combine strategic foresight with a people centric approach, making him a trusted leader in the HR fraternity. I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Manish Anand, Director of People Intelligence at Harman International, where he pioneers people analytics and drives global HR strategies. With over a decade of leadership experience at organizations such as PepsiCo, United Health Group, Ericsson, and Edison, he has been at the forefront of transforming HR operations worldwide. Renowned for building strategic partnerships, establishing strong data governance, and empowering HR leaders with analytics driven insights, Mr. Anand exemplifies how technology and human intelligence together can shape a future ready workforce. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Rohit Bharadwaj, Director HR at Bosch Global Software Technologies, with nearly 2 decades of experience. His career journey includes leadership roles at Heidrick and Struggles, JP Morgan Chase, and Schneider Electric, where he spearheaded global hiring initiatives. At Bosch, he leads workforce planning, succession strategies, and HR transformation, driving business transformation from a people and culture perspective. A strong leader. In continuous learning, he has completed an executive postgraduate program in HR analytics from IIM Lucknow and holds a certification in artificial intelligence. I'm excited to introduce Ms. Samrana Rao, People and Organization Head at Majid Al Fatem India, and an accomplished HR strategist with over 15 years of experience in driving leadership enablement and workplace transformation. She has previously led strategic HR initiatives at Barclays Investment Bank, BMW India, R1 RCM, and other organizations, building expertise in organizational design, inclusion beyond gender, scaling up, and transforming workforce. Known for her empathetic leadership, Ms. Rao continues to align people's priorities with business growth, fostering cultures where both leaders and employees thrive. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Kshitij Mehta, Talent Acquisition Lead at Helion's Global Capability Center. An alumnus of SRCC and NMIMS, he brings rich experience from global organizations such as Google, Larsen and Toubro, and Genpact. Over his career, he has built deep expertise in global talent acquisition, transformation, and DEI advocacy. Passionate about shaping future-ready organizations and building strong employer brands, Mr. Mehta is known for driving innovative talent strategies and mentoring young professionals, exemplifying a perfect blend of strategic vision, people-centric leadership, and future capability building. We are honored to welcome Mr. Abhinav Srivastava, a head of human resources at Millennium Management India and a proud HR 40 Under 40 awardee. An alumnus of IMI Delhi, he brings over 16 years of HR leadership experience across JP Morgan Chase, Wipro, KPMG, and Infosys. Recognized for his expertise in organizational development, talent and leadership development, succession planning, and change management, Mr. Srivastava has successfully driven innovative HR initiatives and transformation projects, leveraging technology to enhance both employee experience and organizational success. Now, I will request Shovik sir to kindly take the discussion forward. Yes, yes. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. So this happens to be our first session, and today we have all come together to focus on something that is making waves in the world of commerce and business management. And in this particular conclave, Annual HR Conclave 4.0, Vimarsh, right, we are going to ride that very wave, the rise of global capability centers or GCCs. Now, as we understand that doing Vichar Vimarsh, the practice of thoughtful deliberation, is absolutely mission critical for think tanks, businesses, and business institutions. And we are absolutely in line with those expectations and developments. In this particular session, we are going to focus on the topic GCC talent wars while deliberating on three key segments, right? The first one, we are going to address talent acquisition, employer branding, and recruitment marketing, followed by career development and talent retention. And finally, we would look at possibly succession planning and pipeline developments. But before we get into the details and the segment-wise discussions, let us all delve into the world of GCCs and what it is all about. Now see, every single day, whenever you get to open newspaper, GCC happens to be in the news, right? Every single day, every national media, news channel, newspapers, they're covering it. And we understand that India has become the GCC capital in the world, right? So let's look at some of the facts and the figures. So I was just recently looking at EY Economy Watch 27th August report, like just few days back. And what it says is that by 2030, the way India is progressing, and if it maintains the growth rate compared to US, then in PPP terms, possibly by 2038, India would surpass US, but obviously in the PPP terms, right? India is already more than $4 trillion economy, and in the next 5 to 7 years, possibly it would reach that $7 to $10 trillion mark, right? Now, obviously, there would be a lot of different factors which would be contributing to this growth and progress, right? And GCCs would be definitely one of them. If we look at the figures right now, so there are more or less 1,700 to 1,900 GCCs, depending on which particular report we refer to, which considerably employs 1.9 million people. Revenue would be somewhere around $65 billion, almost contributing more than 1% to our country's GDP, which would eventually reach 2,500 GCCs by 2030, employing almost 2.5 million people, reaching revenue-wise around $100 billion to $110 billion by 2030. So point is, we are looking at massive set of numbers, right? And initially, if you look at the evolution of GCCs, obviously we are looking at based on the reports, and we have all these esteemed panelists and experts here who are living, breathing that particular space and would be sharing a lot of different insights. But gone are those days when GCC used to be captive institutions. So from cost leverage, labor leverage, to process leverage, then talent leverage, and finally to the technology leverage, right? So we are looking at absolutely at the transformation level, when GCCs are becoming the hubs for innovation, absolute strategic business partners to parent organizations, working on critical cutting edge set of technologies, AI, ML, cloud, computing, cybersecurity, and so on and so forth. So once we understand like what GCCs are all about, I would love to hear more from all of you experts, right? So if you could give us your opening thoughts, like what you have been observing in the GCC space, and thereafter we would take it up to the segment-wide discussions. Thank you. Please, over to you. Anyone can take this up.
Hi, you've just known that I'm Samrana. I have a very different thought of GCCs, and it's not only about the Indian companies, and I have worked both. So my inclination towards the GCCs is better because just 3 points that they focus upon, and it's about for the money that they drive. They go global to attract the best talent for their organizations. Though, I mean, initial factor is always the cost, but there are the other factors that stay in India. And because they stay in India, that's why they're my favorite. And I think Indian talent has not been able to let them go any other country, especially for the talent. The offshoring started in 2001 with just the call centers. We evolved to the backshore offices for just the knowledge management KPO system. Right now, we are into the business intelligence space altogether, and we are the business transformation offices in India. So it is the growing talent in India and the capability that every MNC rightly, uh, rightly tapped in India, and they just want to have everything from India now. And I have been very instrumental in working the global mobility projects. And while I was reading one of the theme here, and I was like, oh, it goes vice versa. And the Indian talent is the one who's been the the pipeline, and that is being exported to all the MNCs now. They don't want to hire anyone straight away from anywhere, but they want to scout that talent in India first, and then they import it to different countries. So that becomes a very core space of mine. And with the talent like you, I was there some time back, and when I was understanding why the call centers are there, and then I think moving to the business offices and everything, it has been a journey. And I'm sure you people would love the GACC cultures and the talk that we'll be having about it.
Okay. I think I totally agree that GCCs are not new in the industry realm. They were there 20 years ago. We used to know them as KPOs, or knowledge process outsourcing, some 20 years back. But they've definitely transitioned from a cost center to a profit center, from a back office to an innovation space, and it's going to grow. Like one of your profs said over here, that it's going to grow. But while we grow as well, there are also other players in the market who are entering now, the likes of Vietnam, Philippines, and for that matter, even China. You would definitely like to read and know more about the China speed that they are, and they are actually pretty hard about it. Because we, as an industry about the GCC, have to now take a call, and we are at a crossroads that whether we play a volume game or a value game. Now, China plays the value game. Now, how does India and its GCCs here wants to leverage? Do they want to go the volume way or the value way? So that's a big, interesting thought process which is currently going on in the GCC world, and in fact other capability centers as well. So yeah, that's about it from my end.
Thank you, Mr. Rohit, and thank you, Ms. Samrana, for sharing your thoughts. If you allow me, we would go ahead with the segment-wise discussions, and the panelists would be requested to come in.
So maybe just one thought which is going on the mind. So so I've been in this space for almost more than a decade now, right? And what I've seen is that GCCs are evolved from cost centers, right, or low-cost centers to more of going up the value chain and becoming more strategic, innovative hubs. I mean, not only work-wise, but if you see, even the nomenclature has gone that way. So we used to call it a GSC, Global Service Center, moved to GCCs, which is Global Capability Center, and very soon you will see in future it will become GICs, which is Global Innovation Center. So that's how the industry is shifting, because globally the organizations which are here, right, their setups in India, they're also realizing that it's no longer doing vanilla stuff in India, right? Starting from the call center roles to say doing the low end of the pyramid roles. Now, gradually, all of us have shown that capability in India, right? And when I say all of us, the workforce out here, in terms of what we can deliver from India, and which is where I have seen that we have gone up the value chain, at least in the last 5 to 7 years from where we were, where people have started focusing, saying, okay, we can do a lot of global roles out of India, and not only probably sending some tier 3 roles into India. So it's an exciting space to watch out for. And when you guys kind of graduate and probably enter the industry, I think GCC is an exciting space to be in and also kind of build your career. So I just want to kind of share that.
Thank you, Mr. Abhinav, for sharing such wonderful insights. Absolutely. From being captive institutions to global in-house corporations to GCCs and now global innovation centers. That's the roadmap which we are following. I would come to Mr. Paramveer now. So you are a talent acquisition leader with more than 2 decades of experience in BFS space, right? And in your previous role at Capital One, you collaborated with global HR and engineering leaders to align India's processes with global standards. Even you established an AI ML engineering team in India during your tenure there. Furthermore, in Standard Chartered, you led technology and operations hiring globally. You have also worked in multiple set of reputed organizations. Throughout your career, you have managed on campus, off campus, mid to senior hiring, leadership hiring, right? So my question to you is, how do you view the current technology talent acquisition landscape, and what key challenges are you observing, and what strategies or tactics are you adopting to overcome them?
Thank you. give me these notes after that. I'll use in my future interviews. So I never thought that I've done so much work. All right, so when we look at it, the challenge perspective and the GCC word, right? Like Abhinav said, we are moving to a GICs and we are looking at a lot of startups in India. When you look at the global organizations, I think more than 30% people who are running those large organizations, be it Citibank to any large organization, I think more than 30% people, Indians are there. One. Second is when you look at any of those conferences which is there on AI ML nowadays, especially from Europe to US perspective, more than 30% people are there from India who are showcasing their talent, who are showcasing their products, and that's being used, utilized globally. You would have heard HackerRank, right? So that's one of the global assessment tool. The guy who is from, I think NIT Trichy, if I'm not wrong. I met him sometime back, and he's the one who was chairing that conclave in Bangalore, and he was in India. Most of the global leaders, they know him personally. That's a presence which Indians have established globally. Now when we are talking about the talent challenges in India, people say that this recruiting is just to do some interviews and hire and then onboard them. That's not so easy game. Like Sovik was giving example of my, the Capital One days, so when I do the recruiting here, so our conversion rate was less than 2%. That means if I am interviewing 100 people, I'm not saying people to whom I'm sourcing, right? I think this crowd is almost around 150 people. So if I have 150 CVs which I will be talking to, out of 150 I feel that 100 are good, I'll share that 100 with my business. We'll start the first interview process, and by the time we will close the entire process, reach to the offer stage, that means 98 to 99 people are rejected already and I'm making one offer. That is a conversion ratio in Capital One. The simple reason is because our process is very stringent, one. Second is the work is pretty niche. And third and foremost is the sort of the talent what we need. We do not see that what individual has done in the past or currently doing in current organizations. We only and only do a competency assessment. We look at your skills, your analytical skills, your problem solving skills. We see that if that is there, whatever the work we will offer to you, you will be able to perform well. We don't need to worry about it. Yeah. So when we look at organizations to organization, that was not a case in my previous organizations. Me and Abhinav worked together in JP Morgan days. So he knows that, so at JP Morgan we used to conduct a weekend drive. So we used to call it a weekend drive. Somebody says a hiring drive or a power day. So we used to had that. And all our, I think more than 12 buildings, which is in Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, all are occupied to conduct technology interviews on those days. And easily, we used to make 170, 180 offers in one single day. And that was the employee strength of Capital when I joined 3 years back. I used to laugh and say to my leadership team that, so I was making one Capital One in one single day during my JP Morgan days. So there was assessment criteria was totally different. We used to have 600, 700 people, max 1,000 people in a day's time. We used to assess them and we used to make easily 170, 180 offers on that particular day. So when we look at assessment perspective, recruiting leaders play a significant role. How does the assessment should look like? What we are assessing for? What sort of roles we have that where we are making that assessment done? And it's not just about assessment, but are we meeting the candidate expectation in terms of work, what we are offering to them? Are we overselling or low selling? So when we look at all those aspects, that's very important that when we attract the talent pool for the respective organization and for that particular work as well, according to that, what are the assessment criteria should be? It's not a one jack for all. For every role cannot be the same skill assessment. There will be a different as well, right? And then we have to engage the different leaders to ensure that we are getting different parameters to the assessment there. So look at a landscape even from the GCC perspective. All the previous organizations, all the banking organizations, fortunately I worked with Bank of America, JP Morgan, ANZ, Standard Chartered, Capital One, was equally another bank in the US, but in India we used to do more of our innovation here. So there are all the organizations have a different criteria. Some bit of difference we had that, and within technology also when we look at it, there are some differences from AI ML to the regular technology and some, general skill sets as well.
And we'll just get into that AI analytics sort of space.
So the key aspect which I always drive in these organizations is not really look at 100% match on the skill set. What you currently bring on the table, is that absolutely matching to my skill sets or no? There are few skills which was there 10 years back that they no more existing anywhere now. There is a huge buzzword about AIML now. Maybe last 2 years people started talking about. You never know, after 5 years nobody will talk about even AIML. Or maybe 10 years they may not even remember that there was something called as AIML. Right? So when we look at it, what skills we need to evaluate and people can bring a value on the table is the problem solving skills. Your analytical skills, right? And your logical thinking, how you are solving the problem. What value you will add to the organization, how's your attitude, aptitude skills are, right? So when we look at, when I look at myself as a TA leader, what value I can bring to the table, I can bring the best talent to the organization. You offer any work, they'll solve it for you. So that's where I have, driven this strategy in last few of my last organizations. And trust me, a lot of business leaders, they always believe in that, but somewhere down the line, when we look at their respective hiring managers, they still feel that, no, if I have my 5 skills, somebody should be at least matching those 4 skills. Otherwise, I think the candidate will not be useful for me.
Mr. Bambir, these are absolutely wonderful set of insights, and we would love to even hear more, but we would also like to somewhere ask questions around that AI analytics component which you just highlighted. So if you allow me, I would like to go to Mr. Manish now, right? And you are currently working at Harman International, right? So that is the JBL product which it is associated with. You have been part of PepsiCo, where you led HR teams supporting HR community members in more than 120 countries. You had a close professional association with Center of Excellence and Global Process Owners, right? In fact, I was just looking at it, and before your stint at PepsiCo, you were in United Health Group, where you played a key role in transforming HR operations in India from an offshore model to a value-added partner for the leadership.
Yes.
Right? You have your experience in HR analytics, stellar background in commerce, information technology, software development, and of course, human resource management. So we would love to know your take on how AI and analytics are contributing to the talent acquisition space in GCCs, and how these capabilities can help them win the talent war, which is the theme of this discussion.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I'll, for the interest of everyone, right, from my experience standpoint, I'll have to share the background, right, how it all started, right. So gone are those days when people used to, or hiring managers or business used to ask for talent, right. Very, very traditional approach, conventional approach. Okay, give me profiles. I'll shortlist myself. Talent acquisition doesn't have to spend time on that. Here is the JD, just give me the profiles. I'll shortlist myself, right? Now the time has changed. Over the period of time, I think they would have realized that there is no value add in terms of doing that piece of work themselves, right? There are experts, there are SMEs in talent acquisition team itself. They can do the job better than the business itself, right? So given that control back to the HR team, talent acquisition team, from the talent acquisition team, now the game has changed, I think, more competitive, right? Because there are various tools available in the market, the ATS available in the market, the variety of ATS, what you would see in the market, which was not there in 10 years back, right? The kind of, I think, capabilities in those ATS, they would expect your CVs to be ATS friendly, right? So that as a candidate, you don't waste time in creating those CVs and filling out those forms on the website, on the portals, right? Your CV should be ATS friendly. As soon as you upload, the entire form is filled up, right? That's the technology. I think 5 years back, they were all achieved it. What next, right? what next, what they should sell now to the HR team, right? And that the evolution, the innovation is constantly happening in that space. And I've been seeing those because I lead people analytics, and I always deal with the output of the systems, right? Because once you experience the output, you would realize that input has been crap. Garbage in, garbage out concept, right? If the input has not been designed thoughtfully, right, the innovation has not gone, that thought process has not gone into the system design itself, right? How would you expect analytics team to do a justice to the data which is coming out from the system, right? From there, I think the another game change happened. Gen are churning out sourcing candidates from multiple platforms, right? Automatically. You don't have to, the talent acquisition team, they just have to upload the job description there. And the tool, I think, does that job marvelously, exceptionally well, which probably would have taken what Paramveer was sharing, right? Talent acquisition team used to take probably days or weeks to scrutinize the relevant profiles as compared to the closer to the JD or to the skill set, right? It can be done in couple of hours, even minutes, by the platforms, by the tools which are available in the market, right? I think the experience Sheetal was sharing, I have had personal experience on HireView interviewing candidates from IIM Indore and Kozhikode in my UAG days. We were hiring business consultant, and I'm talking about 5 years back. The tool was pretty basic, right? You do a video interview, you assess the candidate skill set, and obviously those interviews were after the hackathon which was done at the ground level. Now all that piece is integrated into the tool itself. You don't have to visit those venues in person to conduct those hackathon. You can market it, brand it, launch it, candidate would apply, do a, assessment on the tool itself, and you have the data available. Okay, these are the scores, and we have to meet only these candidates, or these are the prospective candidates for us, right? That's the kind of data we are dealing with. And the kind of enormous data is being generated by these tools. I mean, I am amazed to see the kind of information what we used to lack when we were establishing the, I think when I started in Ericsson, that was the GCC, right? It used to call still it's called GSSC, Global Shared Service Center. Now it has evolved from Global Shared Service Center to a capability and an innovation hub, right? I mean, they have, what do you call, design processes in a way that you would, I mean, as a hiring manager, they just have to define, okay, these are the skill set I'm looking for. But I think the kind of innovation it's there in the analytics itself, because with the help of analytics, the TA team is advising business that for these particular roles, you should have these skills. These are the new skills which are relevant, you should add to your JD so that you have a future workforce ready, right? You should not be rehiring, okay, I have a skill gap now, what do I do? Should I train someone? Should I hire someone from external market? That's the intelligence we've been able to, as a HR team, share it with business so that we make our workforce future ready. I mean, if the skills is not being able to acquired from external market, L&D can be leveraged, right? There's a build or a buy model, right? If you don't have a, what do you call, budget or whatever, right? There are headcount restrictions, limitations nowadays, which we are seeing in the industry, right? You can build those skills, right? Leverage your internal L&D teams. There are multiple platforms which helps you build those new skills.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Mr. Manish, for sharing such rich set of insights. Now I would like to go to Mr. Kshitij.
Sorry, can I just add on that before?
Yeah, sure.
So just the other side of the things.
Right.
The beautiful thing about AI is you guys can also access it, not just TA, right? So, true story, I was in a campus, I got 30 CVs which are exactly the same, right? How did we get to know? The father's name was the same in all CVs on the top. Because one person would have made it and they would have given it to AI and can you replicate my CV in the same format? Now AI doesn't know that the father's name is different, right? So, while we are getting smarter, you guys are getting more smarter, yeah? So we've caught avatars giving interviews, an actual avatar of a candidate giving interview. We've had AI giving 99% CVs as green output to us. So because you guys also have access, we need to now figure out a way to get above it, right? And that is something I think is the next move within this space, because whether we agree, deny, etc., we all have access to ATSs which are AI enabled. The value or the ROI that we are getting out of it may not be as much, right? Because you guys also have access. So today I can put in a CV and say, can you make this to beat the ATS at Google for software developer? It'll give you the exact keywords required based on the JD on the career side, right? So in that aspect, I think still an exploratory stage, in my opinion. The other thing is also, and this I've seen a lot in today's workforce that enters into the industry, do not confuse AI with automation. Automation has been here for about 15 years, right? Simple stuff, RPA has been here for long, long time, right? So Zomato, if you're having a problem with your query, you give an answer, it is giving you automated responses. That's automation in RPA. It's not AI, right? Because those are standard responses to predetermined questions that someone would have thought about. But when that bot gets a mind of its own to be able to cater responses to you, that's when AI happens, right? So I have never been satisfied with the Zomato or Swiggy bot till date. So if they're not able to figure out, there's still a journey to get covered. Do not worry about being left behind or not knowing it. What is important is context, right? So if I give you all the same question, let's say, build a course module for the HRM subject in IMI. Each one of you will give me different answers using the same technology. ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, whatever. Because the context and the variables are different that each one of you will put in. And that is where human intelligence lies. Prompt engineering, what is the context? How much do you know your domain? That is where differentiation is starting to happen now. Yeah?
True. I mean, absolutely agree. And yeah.
Just to take a lead from Kshitij, I think this is a very recent example. I was just doing some hiring for the AIML people, and we wanted to go with HackerRank for sure. And we had this AI interviews and the recordings and everything. And little did I know that some kid out there in the interviews, actually in the face-to-face interviews, was able to say that there is a new platform that's there, and it gives you the idea about how to cheat the online tests also. Yep. So I mean, HackerRanks coming with the toggles, the eye blinks, and where you are going and everything. And now they are telling that there is a software that's coming, which is to help you do the online test without being caught. And the code was entirely cheated and everything. Then we actually went through our teams and we said, can you please verify? We could actually get that out of them. Almost 30% of the tests were from there. So yes, he said that it's a cat and mouse war right now going on, and sometimes students are ahead, sometimes we are. It was an awakening for me. I'm happy to accept the same. But yes, it just told us that, okay, we need to have something. Then we had to actually transform our entire AI module on the same, and the prompts went different. So we have started going back to what Paramir said, that the problem-solving techniques rather than the codes right now. And we had the best drive this year, but that was quite an awakening, and we were like, okay, we are not going to rely completely on it.
All right.
So that's it.
Thank you so much. And
sorry, just before that, not adding
very
any
quickly,
point.
because we are already in short of time.
How many of you have really gone through this topic today, and you're sitting here with a well-prepared mindset? Raise your hands, please. You know what topic we're discussing now, and how many prepped pretty well till last night, and how many you feel that you're confident you are here to learn this topic? That's fine. Even if you have done through ChatGPT, that's all absolutely okay. At least you read what we're talking about today. How many? And be honest, absolutely no concerns, no issues. And I'm not here to mark you any attendance or something, right? So be honest and raise your hands.
It's fine.
Okay, perfect. Just few hands. Good. That's one. Second question. So you know that, right? So your campus have done this investment to brought a lot of leaders across the country to here. And how many of you have at least gone through these 6 people's profile on LinkedIn, or have gone through our career journey, that what we have done so far? That's still better. Still better. My only one request to you guys, of course we have ChatGPT, Gemini, everything is there. So if you feel that that gives you a better output, better learning, then maybe continue with that. but at the same time, it's equally important that your campus is putting very hard efforts to bring people out here. I don't think we are charging anything to your campus. Yeah, so we are sacrificing our family time, personal time, and we are here to give something so that you can learn, you can be better ready for your future.
True, and we are
And
absolutely thankful
all
to
of
you
us,
for
I
that.
think we have almost what, 100 years of experience or 120 years experience. Trust me, during our day, we never have this sort of a liberty to have a lot of guest speakers coming over and talking to us. Except some guest lectures, one fine day, sometime in the evening, which we normally skip because we thought that we already have some dating plan, let's go out. Yeah? But we never had those opportunities earlier. So it is a best opportunity for you guys to learn. But before that, please prep yourself well for the topic and learn about the leaders as well.
And this is absolutely a pertinent observation. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Kshitij, you have been working in the talent acquisition and employer branding space. So could you please tell us like how GCC employer branding is different from that of non-GCC organizations? And in a very quick, brief set
I
of
know.
reflections.
Time.
Absolutely, 2 minutes.
Cool. So why is it different? Why does it need to be different? First thing that I don't agree with is the topic GCC talent wars. It straight away puts us on a spot that we are in war with each other. But yeah, because it's called war, and you've chosen the topic, it generally comes down to the point that the employer brand game has to be strong, right? So there are two aspects to how I'll answer this question. The first is, one always has a competitive advantage if your brand is commercially present in India, right? So a couple of our brands are present here, couple of them are not, or you're just entering the market, right? So having a brand presence always helps because your commercial existence is there, right? My sector, we make Sensodyne, Iodex. I'm piggybacking off them for a long, long time, right? Because you know that it's a household brand. No one knows my company's name. Now, from a GCC lens, what happens is, right? So, sorry, I'll have to get a little theoretical because maturity stages, right? So GCC has about a maturity stage wherein you're an early stage GCC, mid stage, or an end stage. There are more details I can give you about the 5 levels, but I'll just keep it to that. When you're early stage, like many of them mentioned, the focus is on cost and process standardization. When these two things come into play, the entire game of talent acquisition is on volume, and we're, let's say, evaluated on cost, quality, and time, right? So at that point of time, my brand is about, hey, you know what? I'm doing the same thing as 1,700 other GCCs are doing. Come in, I'll buy you, okay? Once we do that, once we go to the second stage, which is, let's say, mid stage, wherein we start creating value or innovation from the center. That's when my employer branding and EVP changes as well, right? So in my early stage, I'm piggybacking off 1,700 GCCs and the fact that I'm the company that makes Sensodyne. But when I go to innovation, I'm asked the question, why does the company that makes Sensodyne need an ML ops engineer in your office? Now I have to start answering those questions to be relevant in the market. I cannot spill the secrets of how we are relevant in the market, but of course, some of them involve a unique employee value proposition. Now that's also in very overexploited terms in how it is utilized, how do you present your job, but very basic stuff, right? So as an individual, I believe in fundamentals, brilliant at basics. Give one example how we improved our EVP, and I'll give you actual statistics. When I joined the company, I noticed that when I applied for the job, it took me roughly 11.5 minutes and about 45 clicks, okay? You'll get a loan in 5 clicks in India. 5 clicks. I mean, separate conversation as to why that's not regulated enough, but you get a loan in 5 clicks, right? You'll get a message, you click on it, approved, 30 seconds money. But I can't apply for a job in 30 seconds. None of us, none of our companies. Some of them are digital data privacy concerns, but we had to improve that experience, okay? Now we reduced that from 45 clicks to 7 clicks, time from 11 minutes to 2.5 minutes. Our applications went from 8,000 to 40,000 overnight. Simple, right? Do I call it employer branding? Do I call it EVP? No. But then I started posting my jobs on channels. Which channels? India is a mobile country. No one applies for jobs on laptops, right? We started noticing a trend. Where do people spend most of their time in India? All of us had this discussion in the morning, traveling. People apply for jobs in metro when they're frustrated going to the office or coming back from the office. People apply for jobs when they're in cabs. People apply for jobs when they're at the airport. From where? Mobile. Am I accessible from mobile? Is my ATS mobile friendly to apply, right? So EVP and employer branding pillars are overexploited unless you get the basics correct. Coming back to branding, right? Of course, there's a lot of this thing. There's a branding tech stack. The one big initiative, and that's my last point, is we've done video job descriptions. Okay, we don't do text job descriptions anymore. We only do video JDs, wherein a person actually doing that job is going to tell you what it is. No one can sell the job better than the actual person, not the manager. The actual person doing the job will sell the job to you. If that convinces you, well and good. If not, of course, there are other opportunities out there.
Wonderful.
As we said, it's a war.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much
Just
for
want to
such
add
rich
one
insights.
point, and I think to his last point, what he said, I think so. The biggest advantage GCC have is that you get a true global exposure, right? So if you're working in a GCC, you get to work with global stakeholders, and it definitely brings in a lot of different perspective. I'm not saying you don't get that in Indian companies, but then exposure is much higher there. And I think the biggest branding, and I'll tell my personal experience because we are in India from last 4 years now, right? And as a newly set up GCC, and I think we were initially facing that challenge. So we are one of the leading hedge funds globally, but in India, obviously, you are new, people don't know you, right? So how you attract talent and probably create a brand. So I think what worked for us is that be true to the job description, right? So you can't be just using a vanilla job description and saying, hey, this is what it is, right? So you have to really sell the job well. And in that, you have to really tell what it's in store for you, right? And that will probably have an edge over anything else when you're competing with leading brands in the market, which are already established for last 2-3 decades, right? So that what I've seen works very well, to his point, that give a very realistic JD and make sure that the person understands it, and also make sure that you give a sort of growth trajectory while you're interviewing the candidate, saying this is how your career will be shaped up in the organization. That will give the individual a lot of confidence to choose the right organization.
Thank you so much. I hope Gen Z champions who are sitting here, tomorrow you get a role in the domain of employer branding. I hope you're taking proper notes and you'll be reflecting on these parameters later on. Mr. Rohit, I would come to you next. And my next question to you is in the context of talent acquisition, talent retention, and GCCs. We understand that talent retention is a major challenge for GCCs, as top talent is often at risk of attrition. Considering Gen Z in particular, because they would be very much interested, these employees tend to prioritize purpose, growth, and meaningful experiences over traditional incentives the way we understand it. How are GCCs adapting their retention strategies? What steps can they take, both at the level of, say, for example, talent acquisition and subsequent stages, to ensure not only top quality talent hiring at speed, but also long-term retention? Your thoughts, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's a long question, so I'll take a minute extra to answer that. Yeah, so see, brand gets built over a period of time, so at least, thank God we don't have a problem being in India for last 100 years as Bosch. People know us. Definitely people look when they join what kind of culture that I am getting into. Now the definition of culture is very different, but how we usually put in our paradigm is a set of behavior or patterns of behavior which is encouraged, sustained, and kind of like asked to continue by the leadership is called culture. Now that one very simple element is being a listening organization. Now, no matter which generation that you're coming from, you always want to be heard out, right? And that's a very predominant part of HR that plays into the role. Now, as part of our culture, we are a listening organization. While we are a kind of a brick and mortar company, but as a GCC, we have to leave that legacy and become a very niche innovation and capability center. Now, when we do that, we need to look at it from a perspective, what are different generations wanting? Somebody want a retirement benefit session. People who are now into a different stage of life where they have newly married or have kids, okay, what kind of benefits can we give them? So have a bouquet of benefits which pertain to each and every single generation of it, right? Now, at same point of time, I will also talk about Gen Zs. It's all about purpose. And I'll quote a very simple example of it. So Bosch does a lot of CSR activities, and I'm sure other colleagues in their companies are also doing that. So it is actually a purpose, right? And when we go into a campus or when people come, they say, okay, I like what you do as part of your CSR activities or part of your innovation. It can be anything that a person can want. So you need to play on different pivots, right? Technology, projects, global mobility, talent progression, and so on and so forth, even about culture as well. So I'll give you 2 examples, one from my own team. So this guy recently joined us from one of our colleges, and after completing a stint, He joined my team, and I said, okay, so what are you doing to keep yourself engaged over the weekend? He said, oh, you know what, I joined the performing arts team here in Bosch, and he's performing this today as one of the part of the theater group. So keep guys engaged, whether it's music or anything. CSR, big engagement and motivation, where guys don't talk about just money and projects. They want something more than that. How can I contribute back? CSR becomes a big play into that. The guy who leads AI for us today in our organization joined us back 20 years back as a GET, just out of college, right? We ensured that, okay, we moved that guy all around in different topics, capacities, and today he leads generative AI deployment across our organization and even in the headquarters back in Schillerow in Germany. So, and we have many success stories, and when people across this generation see this success story, they definitely do get attracted and attached to the organization.
Thank you so much, Rohit, for such wonderful set of insights. Ms. Samrana, I would come to you next. So, since we are talking about branding, EVP, so you have gained, in the last 15 years, you have gained deep expertise in workforce transformation, performance management, comp and ben, talent management. In fact, during your time at Berkeley's, you designed strategic EVPs customized for the business, right? So what unique aspects of GCC culture, and he also spoke about culture, right? So GCC culture and career paths across functions, finance, marketing, HR, supply chain, can be highlighted to strengthen a GCC's employer brand?
Okay, so 3 topics is touched: culture, EVPs, and branding. All the 3 are very core to my heart, and the generations for sure across the verticals. I think the 3 things, we have 3 different sets of generations that are operating across organizations. And there's always a war between the so-called millennials, the millennials trying to be Gen Zs, Gen Zs being the Gen Zs. So the 3 people, the 3 generations have a different aspiration altogether. Like Rohit said rightly, bucketing it right, proposing the specific intervention to the right person. So EVP, when I say EVPs have been different. When I was working for the investment bank specifically for 2 years, the EVP was completely different because they were the investment bankers. They never had time. So for them, time is money. It was very important to give them the 3 things that they want. How we went really about it was to understand them further. That's what HR does, right? Understand your people. You have to be empathetic and understand them before you go out and leave. I can't just copy paste anything that JP Morgan Chase, my bad. I mean, Barclays has always been, the way with JP Morgan. So I can't really offer everything that JP Morgan Chase offers. And we had this buildings in Mumbai, right, like across each other. But what stayed for me in investment banking was how valued they are, how heard they are, plus how much bandwidth and the empowerment we have given to them. That was really different. So we had actually cut down the level of the decision making for them. It was easy. He wants to make a decision right away. Investment banker, he's supposed to take that decision. But he never had that red tapeism, being Barclays, which is known for the red tapeism. It is not there in the CIB India, which I would say. Coming to the GCC side of Barclays, which was technology for me, technology was all about COVID, the real talent war. Every software engineer was having almost 10 offers, 10% to 20% hike on each one. So you're landing at you're staying at a 25 today, you have a 75 maybe 1 month down the line. And then you have to actually have them. So we really went about the long-term and the short-term strategy out there. While we were actually looking what makes them stay here, firstly, we had to address the business. So the business and empathy again comes together. We had to retain them initially for everything, but then that gave us the understanding that this will not survive long term and we lose the cost advantage. Right. That's when we redefined it for your hybrids, what they want, what home they want, what games they want, what initiatives settle them completely, what gives them the right sleep. And there was an EVP, there was a GET who came that time and just said that, I don't understand why you're doing all those things. All I want to do is give me an iPad and I'll be able to do better than a MacBook. And I was surprised that how do you do the coding on the MacBook, on the iPad versus a MacBook? He said, no, my interface has to be between the 2. The deliberation happened, I think Barclays took that decision only in 3 days. that the MacBooks are required because they had to support the entire technology platform across the different world, and it was just centered from India. That was there. Plus the comp benefits, the right measurements, culture, DEI, everything goes first. Firstly, you have to listen to the people,
Right.
what they want.
Right.
So
Thank you so much.
yeah.
Thank you. for
Just
such
to
a-
add, so
Very quickly, sir,
like
very
rightly
quickly.
said that, so EVP to branding and culture, that is primarily to have a good, strong retention policy of the organization. So there is a new term is very popular for last almost 2 weeks, 3 weeks now. That's called a job hugging. So in the current global dynamo of having few countries in the war, some financial crisis, tariffs are being implemented across by Mr. Trump, and every different day some different drama is going through US. So there is a very strong talent, which is a top talent and the key talent in the organization. So they are not really moving out very soon now.
Sure.
That's called the job hugging. So where
Mhm.
people are sticking to their jobs, keep adding more value to the organization. But of course, so they explore more challenging opportunity. But if they are getting the similar thing in their organization, so they are not just leaving for money and jumping to another organization. That's a new trend in the market which is running on now.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Avinav, I would come to you next. And you have held extensive business partner and other HR roles across consulting, IT, and banking. And at present, I think you are working in the hedge fund industry,
Yeah.
a niche and a high-risk sector. And that actually reminds me of the recent answer report on Fortune Global 500 GCCs in India, which highlighted that around 22% of Fortune Global 500 companies with GCCs in India are from the BFSI sector, making it a leader in the pack. Given this, you are likely observing very closely the current trends and patterns that in talent acquisition and retention. Considering your involvement in talent development and succession planning, we would love to hear your thoughts on the following. What innovative learning models, digital platforms, or development frameworks have you seen GCCs adopt to strengthen retention?
Sure. So before that, I think I should admit, and I'm sure most of us will agree, is that while we have started dealing with Gen Zs only in last 3 to 4 years, so all of us are still learning how to manage them, right? So we are still not the experts in understanding their expectations and saying, okay, we have cracked the code, right? And more so it's for the managers who are dealing with them, because there's a huge generational gap, and this is where a conflict comes in, saying when you are telling a baby boomer or a Gen X to handle a Gen Z, their working style is very different, right? So first of all, I think it's important for organizations to kind of handhold the managers as well in terms of, hey, you a new set of people, which come with a new set of expectations, and this is how you handle it, right? So, and I think Gen Zs, I think in my experience, we hire a lot from campus as well, is that 3 things is what matter to them: purpose, impact, and experience, right? So they really want to know what is the purpose behind the role you're offering to me, right? And how it's going to impact the organization, right? So how my efforts are going to impact the end output, or it's going to impact the organization, right? Like in my firm, so we have a lot of traders on the floor because we're a hedge fund, right? So we keep on saying to everyone, even if you're a non-trading role, saying, what are you doing today? Even my techie, for example, if you're creating a platform for a trader, right? Just imagine your every action will have an impact on the P&L, because the traders are going to use that tool to make, or probably leverage to make money, right? So there's a direct impact on P&L. So you need to understand that. And lastly, the experience, that, okay, what has been my overall experience in the firm? So I think these 3 things, because I mean, I'm sure all of you will agree that in our generation, we can never think of taking a sabbatical just for going across the world and quitting a job, right? But Gen Zs can do that, right? For them, what matters is, okay, what is important for me at this point of time in my career juncture, right? And people do that, right? I keep on hearing from Gen Z saying, oh, I don't want to get burnout like you guys at the age of 40, so I want to take regular breaks. So that is where retention strategies also differ a lot and changes a lot. I think what we have been doing, and probably in my career we have been doing, and now it's becoming more important for us to do, is in terms of be more proactive in terms of what you're going to offer to the workforce, sure, right? So because earlier the threshold was 2 to 3 years that people get bored out of the job and you need to kind of move them across roles. I think that threshold has gone down to a year or 18 months, right, where the people will come back to saying, I'm bored. And I think as leaders and as organizations, we have to be proactive, saying, look at them, saying what is next for them. It could be a career role expansion. It could be a job enhancement. It could be a mobility opportunity. how you upskill them, right, to be more fungible, so that proactively have those conversations saying, hey, you know what, we've been doing this for a while, I have something exciting for you. That resets the clock and make it more engaging. And to your point on the learning tools, I think I'll take 30 seconds more.
Sure.
I think gone are the days of classroom training where we used to sit for the whole day and probably do take sessions and dead by PPTs. I think it has become more experiential. And with that AI coming in, right, you can have a personalized and curated experiential learning for you, where are digital platforms where you get a personalized first-hand experience which is aligned to your role and to your job and to your aspirations.
True.
We've also seen elements of gamification, which makes it more exciting for people to learn because that's a different way of learning, and you can do it on the mobile, on the go. So these are few things which, this is how I've seen the industry transitioning.
Wonderful set of observations. My last question to the panelists, right? We have looked into talent acquisition, employer branding, culture. At the very end, what about the pipeline development and succession planning? And GCCs are looking for high quality, top quality talent in niche areas. So what strategies should GCCs implement for building robust succession plans, particularly for niche skills like AI, cybersecurity, cloud computing? So, you know, whosoever would like to take it up, but we are absolutely in short of time. So
I'll take it up to start with, if it's okay. So you're right. I think these skills that you're talking about are very expensive in market. It can't be just the buy model for the same. So I think every organization is going within hand to hand with right learning approaches on the same, plus ensuring a talent from the outside and maybe a pipeline on the same. So with Majid Al Fathem, what we're doing, being into the thing, and the data security is the primary concern with UAE. What we are going is, I think we have these collaborative tie-ups for each and every tech stack and each and every technology that we want to work upon. There is a rotating backup that we are doing. So 1 year training, you move to the other tech stacks, and the expertise is being built only after 5 years. But we are keeping the people handy till the time so that there is no lack and there's no gap. And we should not, really suffer on the opportunity cost. So the cross-functional trainings, different tie-ups with different organizations and colleges across the world, digital trainings are really helping us across the same, plus a lot of shadow projects, a lot of movement across the teams is that what we are doing. And to come back to the Gen Z, I think that's what keeps them engaged. You can't keep them more than 1 year on one role. They know I have learned it all. I can't really find a new challenge. Give them a new challenge. They're happy to be with you. Freshers from 2019 batch and 20 batch are still there with us right now and are doing different. We have developed them into multiple domain product managers right now. They're all ready to take different leaderships. Now, how to find the succession plan for the roles which are so scarce in the top as you go up? So the only thing remains is you keep them engaged in different things. So if not a vertical growth, they should have a horizontal growth on the way. Every time we rotate our people in next 2 years, BMW had a 3-year stint for that matter. Every 3 years you need to take a new role, else you need to figure out what you want to do. So similar, that has always helped us in the global mobility, and that's how I started with, we are exporting the talent from India to across the world, and people are really happy to see India as, their talent development academy altogether. The same goes with Majid Al Fathem, where we are actually developing everyone here. And these people are taking up the roles. 5-year person has become almost a product lead for my ad tech vertical now. Just because he had the vertical, he knew e-commerce, he could understand the entertainment in the meanwhile. He's doing fantastic, I would say, and he gets offers from the world like Amazon and everything, and he says, I'm happy with Majid Al Fathem. Not that we are giving only the salaries, but yes, he loves to go for his vacations, and he gets all the vacations.
Thank you so much for sharing.
And I would say, even before we talk about succession planning, I think GCCs are still in a stage where we're building the AI capability, right? AML, right? So succession planning is a phase 2, but I think, if you compare with tech organizations, GCCs are still building that capability because they realize that's one space we need to start working on. Now, different GCCs can be a different evolution stage, but I think we are still in that phase of building the value chain and building the capability. Succession plan will follow.
Right.
And I think to Samrana's point, I think now GCCs are also at a stage where we are no longer a funnel to the global geographies, saying you develop a talent in India and we'll mobilize you to other regions within the organization. I think it's time that we start looking at global roles out of India, and which is where these technologies, because we have really good talent sitting in India. I mean, these cutting edge technologies will help us reach that stage where we start delivering global roles out of India.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rohit, if you would like to add in a very quick 30 seconds.
Sure.
1 minute.
See, there are certain best practices in the industry, whether it is a kind of a people conference or 9-box and succession planning models to go ahead with it, right? But ultimately, it matters that, okay, you need to know your key set of people when you're dealing with these niche and ultra niche technologies, right? And what suits them. Like what we do is basically make them go through a development center, help them get into their capability on an upward journey. If they want to move horizontal, fine. If they want to take up global projects over here in India or exporting our talent, like Samar and Abhinav was saying. So there are various means and measures to actually do it. Sometimes they say, okay, there are certain initiatives like we run our own startups for say an year or two, and young folks definitely want to take time and come out and be part of those journeys and then go back into their main host units.
Thank you
that
so
can be
much.
another one.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have already got a timeout from the organizing committee, so we would be stopping. But before we do that, we would absolutely welcome a few questions from the audience side. So if you could quickly raise your questions, 1 or 2 questions. We are very short of time. And if you could also point out whom you would like to ask. Yes, please. Someone would, kind of shoot me the mic. Yes. Yeah. Yes, yes.
Okay. You want to go ahead? Okay. It's not absolutely true that you are disconnected from the headquarters. Like I said, in our case, we have been in India for the last 100 years, so we know the cultural nuances pretty well, right? And when we set up the center, it's 27 years in making for us, so the Indian culture is there definitely. But the headquarter country's culture does come into play definitely in forms of culture, in forms of other rewards, R&R, in terms of talent development, global mobility, entire employee life cycle does get impacted in one or the other way. Yes, nuances can definitely be hyper localized to your geography, but then definitely some elements of the parent organization would definitely come into play. Yeah.
I'll just add, because I'm facing that firsthand, because we are very new in India, right? And we are in the culture building phase. And so I have coined a term or a statement or phrase said, globally consistent, locally aligned, right? So most of the global firms, and I'm seeing this when I was in JP as well, I was seeing there's a lot of push, right? Was coming to be globally consistent on our policies, our practices, what we do, how we do things, right? So every global organization don't want to lose the essence of their core values, which is globally defined, right? So which is where it is an fine balance between, while we have to be globally consistent on our approach, but you have to have the local flavor, because that is the law of the land. So if you have come to India, you have to adhere to certain practices. I mean, you like it or not, we have 3-month notice periods. That is how it is. You can't throw off people overnight. That is what it is, right? So there is a fine balance, and sometimes it takes time for people to understand the local nuances, but I think it's always important. But yes, I always believe that you should be culturally aligned globally as far as possible, but you will always have the local nuances. So I always say you have a platter, you have the sprinkle of the local nuance, but the overall platter should be more globally consistent.
Right.
And just one line to it. And just one line to it, as leaders and the HRs, we are the custodians of aligning the values to the local culture altogether. And perhaps, everyone would agree that's where our entire time goes.
True.
That this doesn't work for my people and we need to find a midway. Right. And these are the maximum challenges. As you grow into the leadership, you'll understand half of our time goes in this only. That, okay, in India, I am the lead, I know how it works, but you can't go like this. So you got to really package it in a different way and get your approvals from them the way you want to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Manish, your closing
Just
thoughts.
I would like to add from my past experience with PepsiCo, right? PepsiCo has been, I mean, there in US, it's a large corporation for multiple, I think, 100 plus 140 years into existence, right? And their R&D operations, the analysis which is happening is always in closed door, right? Never exposed to the outside world, never explored outside US, right? Where they have right now. After establishing their GCC in India and transitioning multiple capabilities, the culture, they have explored everything, right? But I think they stressed upon the competence of the people here, and they have outsourced their R&D analysis to India. So which itself, I think, showcase that the kind of, I think, influence our local culture, our India's competence, I think we've been able to convince the leadership that this is the place where the analytics should happen. So that's what I would like.
Thank you so much. I wish we could continue further, right? But we are in absolute short of time. So with that, I would like
I'll
to
just take 10 seconds because there's one thing which was discussed earlier.
Okay.
So I was just saying, we all are HR professionals here, right? And budding HR professionals. We spoke about AI taking jobs, but I think nothing can replace human intelligence as far as HR is concerned, right? Because it's a human at the end of the day, right? So use AI to your advantage, but don't try to replace that with human intelligence. It's like you want to go from point A to point B. You can use Google Map, but you have to take that journey.
Right.
Google Map will not go on your behalf. So,
Right.
so just trust on your human intelligence.
Thank you so much. Thanks to the 7 words, okay? Will, definitely.
Just one thing, I mean, to go from point A to point B, you need Google Maps, but you also need to read Google Maps. Otherwise, you end up into trouble.
Right.
There are more than enough examples
And
of
you
that.
need the intelligence.
Yes.
So that applause is more than enough to say what wonderful session we had. Thank you so much to all the esteemed panelists for sharing such valuable set of inputs, and to all set of budding managers in the future, Gen Z champions as we call them, right? With that, we conclude the session. I absolutely thank to the entire organizing team who has put together everything, done heavy lifting, back end, front end, and who have actually made this entire event and the session to the reality. This has been your first session. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. Thank you, esteemed panelists, for sharing your valuable insights. We are sure that this discussion has been extremely beneficial to all the budding managers in this ever-evolving world. Now, I would like to invite Shovik sir to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Mr. Paramveer Singh Naran. I would like to invite Mr. Manish Anand. I would like to invite Mr. Rohit Bharadwaj. I would like to invite Ms. Samrana Rao. I would like to invite Mr. Kshitij Mehta. I would like to invite Mr. Abhinav Srivastav. Now I invite Varun, our senior member, to felicitate Shovik sir. I now kindly request all the panelists to remain on stage for a group photograph. I would also like to request Amit sir and Vibha ma'am to join them. Now we'll be having a short break for 5 minutes, following which panel 2 shall commence from 11:20 am. All panel 1 students are requested to leave the academic block using the designated staircase.
Check, check, check. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello, check, 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 check. Hello, hello, check, check. हैं? हेलो चेक चेक अब उसका गेम कम कर लेना फिल्टर में आ गया फिल्टर गेम खत्म कर दे इसका हेलो चेक 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 हेलो हेलो चेक 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 हेलो हेलो चेक चेक माइक चेक चेक 1 2 हेलो हेलो
4.0. Now, as we move forward, I, Charu Arora, member of the Executive Education Committee, would like to introduce the second panel for the day, Gen Z and Beyond, redesigning campus hiring for the next gen workforce. As organizations prepare for the future, one of the biggest shifts they face in the industry is Gen Z into the workforce. The generation brings with it new expectations, priorities, and perspectives, pushing companies to redefine their approach to campus hiring. Today, hiring is no longer just about filling roles. It's about creating purpose-driven, inclusive, and growth-oriented employer brands that resonate with the young talent. Organizations are increasingly leveraging digital platforms for outreach, adopting skill-based assessments to enhance fairness and objectivity, and designing personalized, tech-enabled onboarding journeys that ensure faster integration and stronger cultural alignment. To lead this important discussion, I am delighted to introduce our moderator, Professor Mamta Mohapatra Ma'am. Ma'am is a professor of OBHR at IMI Delhi, with over 2.5 decades of experience in teaching, research, training, and consulting. A distinguished academic, she has also been trained at Harvard Business School and IIM Ahmedabad with professional expertise in strategic HRM, talent management, cross-culture management, and organizational restructuring. Now, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists. I am delighted to welcome our esteemed alumnus, Mr. Kundan Kishore, CHRO at IndiGrid. With over 16 years of experience, he has built deep expertise in organizational effectiveness, talent strategy, and leadership development. A gold medalist in electrical engineering and a PGDM HR graduate from IMI Delhi. He is also certified in TPM facilitation and human-centric design thinking. Known for his solution-focused leadership, Mr. Kishore today drives culture, capability, and growth. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Kundan Kishore. I am privileged to welcome another distinguished alumnus of IMI Delhi, Mr. Rakshit Joshi, Director at Cognizant and a recognized global expert in talent acquisition and internal mobility processes. With over 16 years of professional experience across Infosys, Stefanini Group, and Publicis Sapient, he has built strong expertise in talent management, mobility strategy, and organizational development. Through his leadership, Mr. Joshi has been instrumental in shaping agile people practices that drive business transformation at scale. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Rakshit Joshi. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Ankush Arora, a seasoned HR leader with over 22 years of experience. He is currently the Chief Human Resources Officer and has previously held key leadership roles at Blinkit, Jubilant, Havels, and SAP. An alumnus of XIM, Mr. Arora brings deep expertise in organizational development, employee engagement, and building people-centric workplaces. Throughout his career, he has been instrumental in shaping high-performing cultures and driving impactful HR strategies across diverse industries. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Ankush Arora. We are pleased to welcome Ms. Archana Bhardwaj, Head HR at Interglobe Air Transport, with nearly 2 decades of experience across diverse industries, including banking, global travel, IT services, software products, and consulting. Holding dual postgraduate degree in human resource management and human rights law, she brings deep expertise in HR operations, talent acquisition, and talent management for large multinational organizations. An accomplished leader, Ms. Bhardwaj has successfully driven global HR transformations, leadership hiring, and large-scale processes re-engineering, making a lasting impact on organizational growth and people practices. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Now, I would like to request Mamta ma'am to take the discussion forward.
Okay, a very good morning. And welcome to this panel discussion, which is going to be very, very interesting. I thank all the panelists here for sparing their valuable time to come here and share their insights. At the outset, I think we've been having this lovely discussion back end about, so I asked a very pointed question as to how do you find Gen Z in the workplace? Like they've been seasoned recruiters, all of them. So interesting things that came up, but as Gen Z in the audience, are you all Gen Z? Or we have executive students, I see one or two. Are you all Gen Z? Yes. Yes, that was a feeble yes. Where's the vibe? So we were talking about, the lingo is so different, and I was telling them that the students, when for the first time I onboarded them to my class, they did their introductions very differently, and I was at a loss. Okay, when they said I'm a mixologist, I was, whether I should be asking, okay, what is that? I was at a loss. But then, yes, things are very different on the other side. So why don't we open up the, if with your permission, I'll ask them, what do they feel is their characteristic? So some of you, raise your hands and say, what characterizes Gen Z? Anybody? Yes, Mayank. Okay, how many support that? Just see. Okay, very good. Thank you. So work-life balance is of utmost importance. What else? Yes, please. Karthik. Okay, great. How many support that? Personal values drive you. Almost all. Okay, great. Somebody here was wanting to say something. Yes, just a minute.
So I feel that for us, it is also very important that we really enjoy and love what we're actually doing. We don't really want to get into spaces that we don't like to. So yeah.
Okay, really enjoy what we want to do. Okay, how many support that? Okay, yeah. So, one hand. Okay, I can't see. Okay, yes, please.
Okay, so I believe that in an organization setting, yeah. So we are more driven by what we actually offer and what value we provide to organization rather than what we are paid for.
Oh, okay.
Say that again once more, please.
So, okay, maybe I'm not visible. So in an organization or a formal setting, we are more driven by what we offer to the organization, what we are valued for, rather than what we are paid for.
Okay, so we contribute what we are valued for. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for those who contribute. Okay. I think the context is set. So when you have a generation which is so different from Gen Y or Gen X or baby boomers, and stats say that by 2030, a quarter of the workforce, the entire workforce, would be Gen Z by 2030. So the scene is going to completely change. So you'll have more of these netizens occupying the workplaces. So of course, they bring in a different set of expectations. And when it comes to hiring or campus hiring, I think things have to be designed in a very different way to match the expectations that they have and not follow those traditional forms of recruitment like psychometric tests and all those things. So we are here to discuss what organizations are planning for you, how are things different on their end, and we have very, panelists who have rich years of experience in campus hiring. So a big round of applause to them before I launch the questions. Yes. So, as they said, that we want more transparency, we want more inclusivity, we want growth. So these are, I think, sort of challenges for the organizations. Like I was talking to some of the recruiters and they said, oh, this generation, they want strategic work from day one. So, and how do you give them strategic work from day one? And also Archana was quoting something that since they constantly job hop, is that your characteristic? Yes, no. You want to job hop. So the minute you find, because of course you have options today and you are very aware. So she was saying that one thing that they miss out probably on is seeing a project get completed. So you've started something with so much of passion like they've mentioned, and midway then you leave. So the learnings maybe are incomplete. So these are the kinds of things that are a reality now that's happening. And now I would ask my panelists to give their views on this aspect of job hopping. Are they ready, to accommodate a generation which does not plan to, forget about having a lifetime job with you? And I think one of you mentioned it's about 2-3 years is too much, staying in one job. So how are you planning? Let's hear it from anybody can start. So yes, Ankush.
Job hopping is not a crime. Each one of us have done the same, right? So nothing wrong in skipping jobs. What we need to be mindful here is, why are we changing jobs? And by the way, I am a staunch supporter of Gen Z, except for one dimension which I don't like, and we will come to that. Why are you skipping jobs, right? What I like about this generation is that they ask very pointed questions, whether it is transparency, whether it is, why am I getting so much? Why is my salary so much? What is the impact of what am I doing, right? And I think one young lady here mentioned that they don't want to get into the spaces where they don't feel like they don't belong to, right? So if that feeling is coming, it's absolutely fine to move on, right? So, but in the larger sense, I think the organizations need to be ready for this kind of thing. Now, how do you retain Gen Zs, right? The classical retention plans, those will not work. You have to show them very meaningful career growth. This is the impact that you've created. And personally, I have seen a lot of success stories with Gen Zs where if you show them the right path, that if you stay here, if you do this, this is the impact that you're going to create on the organization and maybe community at large, right? If that kind of proposition organizations are able to charter it out, Gen Zs will work in a very, very meaningful way, in a very, very impactful way, right? So loyalty, job hopping, they've been in existence for donkey's years, right? I'm in the industry for 25 years. I've changed 9 organizations. Job hopping hota tha, hota hai aur hota rahega. It's not going to go away. Yes, there will be people who have worked decades for an organization, right? Those people were there, are there, will continue to be there, right? Nothing new. you need to find a reason why you are moving on from an organization, or why you are rather staying with an organization. If you are able to decipher the latter, that I want to stick around because I find my personal mission or my impact or my meaning, right? Then it's a win-win situation.
Just to add to this point, right? Uh, Organizations nowadays are aware that there are multitude of opportunities outside, right? Where the employees are looking for job change, or for that matter, a better career growth, right? So they identify this, and they are trying to address it as much as possible, right? So I know that there are certain characteristics that are about having a flexible work environment, hybrid model that Gen Zs mostly while I'm interacting with them seem to be mentioning. They're talking about clear career growth. How soon are they going to reach a certain stage or a certain level, right? That's one of the areas that they are also looking to get rewards, recognition, the culture, a part of it, right? Those are three areas that they are primarily looking at. Along with that, autonomy. I think autonomy in terms of driving what has been assigned to them, and having the right mentorship to get it done, right? So those are the 4 or 5 points that, as an organization, we have realized, and I think most of the organizations are doing that. We for Gen Zs, I think there's a lot of talk about a hybrid work model, right? Where you don't need to come to office on a daily basis. You can work from home for 2 days, 3 days, and 2 days you can come to office, right? So that gives you the flexibility to work at your pace, right? With less amount of supervision which comes across in offices. A lot of organizations are also talking about management development programs, right? So you would join as a fresher, you would have a clear career path, right? You would have 1 year where you would be going across different functions in the organizations. You'll be working in pre-sales, you'll be working in corporate functions, you'll be working in different areas. And basis the understanding or basis the liking that Gen Z develops, their career moves forward, right? And that is also in the clear supervision that happens in a leadership level. Like in Cognizant, I know that the MBA program that we have, that is something which is in close supervision with our CEO, right? The leadership is completely involved in it. We are driving a boot camp once the person gets onboarded for around a month or 15 days for that matter, to give them clarity, give them the idea about how the culture is, and make them feel at home to start with, right? So those are the things that are getting done, and then there's a proper program to take them forward. And also it is about recognition in the culture, right? We have a buddy program where we would mostly have a person aligned to the new joiner who would ensure that the incubation in the organization is seamless. And it's not very formal in a way, right? He feels that he's part of the organization from the very first stage, right? So those are the activities that, or the initiatives that have been taken to attract. And I think we will keep evolving as we see more and more challenges, or for that matter, preferences from Gen Z. So that's the response.
I was, when we had a quick call between all of us, I mentioned to Mamta madam as well. We recently concluded our Gallup survey, and one of the parameters or an analysis which Gallup does is to find out, what is the stay quotient for, different groups. And then they showed us the different groups for, mid-management and Gen Zs and various tenured employees, etc. Very interesting. The mid-management score was 3.42. That means, many of them are not looking at staying in the company for more than 2 years. Gen Z score was 4.2. And, which intrigued us to go deeper and, see what are the different parameters which people are looking at. And I think one of the point mentioned by somebody was, whether whether there's a belongingness, whether there's a purpose which I'm seeing. And then obviously there were other parameters, and we are yet to evaluate and go deeper into this aspect. So I feel it's not a universal truth probably. I'm not saying, we are probably doing enough to ensure that they are giving this feedback, but we need to kind of dwell deeper and understand there could be something which probably we are doing well. Second, I think, because this session was to be planned, I was reading some bits about, how Gen Zs are, etc. And I bumped across, a very interesting phenomena, and an article which talked about volunteers. So when you see volunteers, I'm sure, there are few volunteers, we are seeing outside. You see volunteers in various ashrams, etc. They gave an example around this ashram thing. And you see the commitment of those guys. They come for a duration, 6 months, 3 months, sometimes lesser than that as well. They are committed. These are some traits and phenomena. They are very committed, they're very, and they're not being paid also many a times. They work for longer hours. Generally they work for 15 hours, etc. The food is very, very simple food which is given to them. But then still, their commitment, the agility, their connect with that space, with people, with the, somebody who is organizing stuff, with customers who are coming there is phenomenal, generally. So, and then the article ended with, should we look at employees as volunteers? And somebody who is coming, and how do we do something in the ecosystem that they connect with the organization in such a way that obviously there will be rewards, but they connect in such a way that they are committed for a particular duration where they give enough back to the organization before they move out, right? So I would say rather than job hopping, I think employers have to really work around how do they create an ecosystem in their organization which motivates people to stay and during that stay remain committed. So a couple of thoughts. Thanks.
So thank you everyone, and a very, very good morning. I was just checking my watch and I realized it's still not 12. So I think let's scratch the surface a little and try to understand how Gen Zs grew up. You guys, or most of you who are Gen Zs here, had a very different childhood, right? My parents, they actually they were the first generation who were born after independence. And then the millennials came in. Then, of course, you guys came in. But the question is, generations had been always spoken about. Perpetually two things in India are always spoken about, and as HR people, we can all vouch for that, is generation and gender. That had been something which we had been running for a very long time. And I don't know how many of you, but I have seen a movie called Kal Aaj Aur Kal, where Raj Kapoor was there with his father and of course Ranbir Kapoor as his son. And he showed the great generation difference. Now saying all this, try to understand how our parents grew. When they were growing up, they had a very stable jobs because government jobs were the only jobs available. Then came us, right? We still in 91, the economy was open and we got those opportunities to look around, to see what multinationals were offering. And it was so different than what our parents were offered, right? And now when you guys are there as part of this entire circle, you see a lot of not just multinationals, but even homegrown companies. I'm working with a homegrown organization, despite of my exposure and experience with multinationals earlier. I guess, sorry for that. I guess a lot has changed when you guys started growing up and started getting that exposure. So saying whether we are doing job hops or we are not changing, should we be changing, should we just restrict ourselves? I think what basically defined this entire parameter are the asks that all of you kind of stood up and spoke about. Be it, feeling involved, be it the feeling of having a purpose, be it the feeling that whether I have a work-life balance, or be the feeling that, when you get up in the morning on a Monday, do you really want to go to office or not? So what is the underlying thought there? The underlying thought is only happiness. And that's what I've seen. When I was recruiting for my organizations, I have always picked up people who are actually driven about what they want to do. And if that drive is there, I think you don't have to actually change the jobs. So I think rather than you guys changing or not changing jobs, I think it is us as organizations or seniors there in the organization who need to provide you with that perspective or that purpose where you want to stick around. What is it that we are doing as seniors to you is more important than what is it that you have to offer to us, right? You know, I have young children at my home, and every time I'm having a discussion with them, I need to change the way perhaps my mother or my dad would have spoken with me, because I need to train them or treat them as adults from the very beginning. So I think that perspective has to change. And with respect to job hops, it all depends upon whether we are providing you a platform where you are engaged. Because if you read through a Deloitte study, you will find that the engagement scores for Gen Zs is actually lowest among all the generations. And there are reasons. Perhaps we are not doing the right thing at our places. So I think with job hops, it all depends upon how are we working in sending the elevator back to you guys so that you can climb that up and reach a level where you want to stick around.
Wonderful, wonderful insights. I think the summary would be like the question was, how are you preparing yourselves to welcome Gen Z? So I think they shared flexible work opportunity. You would want that flexibility at work. They are planning mentorship programs. They are, like planning to engage you, and like Kundan gave that example, want you to work as volunteers because of that example that he shared. So the workplace or that you would be working in is already aware of the fact that this generation needs a different kind of treatment, a different approach. So very good, thank you for that. Now sticking on to the fact that you want certain kinds of skills or competencies in your campus hires, do you still depend, like traditionally it was pedigree, and you at your end did a tiered, tier 1 college, tier 2 college, tier 3. Would that still matter, or would you like focus more on skills and competencies?
Ma'am, this is more of a, the tiering of the college and all these areas do matter, but I think it's a hybrid approach that we are adopting now, right? Earlier we used to hire on a basis where we used to hire, say, around a good number of students in one lot. We never used to bifurcate them. We used to put them in projects directly, but now, since the times are changing and skills are becoming equally important at the recruitment stage, as ma'am was highlighting. So, just to cite an example from Cognizant, right, when we're going for campus hirings in colleges, we have categorized the freshers that we're hiring into something called a Gen C, something called a Gen C Next, something called a Gen C Pro, and there's a thing which is called Tech Wizard, right? Now, these are all within the same college, right? So you have that bifurcation depending on how the student is faring in the evaluation, right? So essentially, you're moving away from a tiering-based hiring of a college. You're keeping it hybrid. You're not going with the same roles, but depending on the key skills or the competency that the individual has, we would end up putting them into the career path that they deserve. Right? Now you can end up getting a tier 2 college, can get into a Gen Z Next, which is more of a full stack developer kind of a profile, which is much more competency wise better than normal Gen Z that we are hiring. And that is primarily for the tech engineering colleges. For campus also, for B schools also, we have that bifurcation, right? For Cognizant, we are hiring into multiple areas, which is into your ERP implementation platforms. We're hiring them into pre-sales areas. We're hiring them into corporate functions, Gen Zs here. And right now, while we are developing multiple aspects to evaluate the skills and decide which stream they would go, we are looking at interventions to try and come up with business case studies, simulation exercises that are getting explored right now. It's just not a general normal interview that a person would go through, right? They would have to crack a business case study or something which will clearly give out the idea that, okay, he's more or she's more fit for this kind of a role, right? We're also moving towards CVs getting completely video, right? So you, instead of submitting a CV, you might set up a video introduction of yourself. So we need to know how you're presenting yourself and everything so that you're more aligned towards the hiring ask that way. So yes, it's not moving away from the campus or, tiering, but yes, skills are playing equally important role in fresher hiring as it was doing in laterals as well. So that's the take.
I think tiering of campuses has been there, and maybe over the next few years, it will fade away. Essentially, in the big four consulting firms, you have this 2004 batch, 2008 batch, and even the salaries and designations and promotions, etc., are aligned with that. I'll take a radical approach and tell you that another decade or so down the line, probably the degrees itself will be outdated. And the trend has started. We've been hearing the word gig economy, right? In India, largely today we associate gig workers as your, delivery boys or, but it's like much bigger than that. We have hired a lot of people in some of the organizations that I've worked who are college dropouts. They don't even have a BTech, but they're fantastic software developers for me, right? So that traditional approach of hiring people will go away, right? What really needs to show from your end is your skills, your capabilities. And we as corporates, we as organizations need to figure it out that who's the best skilled person. Rakshit mentioned about skills and competencies, and then pre-connect, I think Archana mentioned a lot about hackathons these days, right? You give a live business problem or a live case study, right? When I was hired with my current organization, I actually worked on a case study. I had to present it to the leadership team there and the board. That's how I was hired. So organizations are gearing up towards moving from a very traditional, your CVs come, 20 CVs come, 10 shortlisted, first round of interview, second round of interview, then offer. That is gone. If not, probably another year or so, it will be completely vanished. Next set of hiring principles are being defined in organizations, and I'm sure a lot of people in the panel will have some thoughts around it, but it's going to be very different than we're seeing today, right? You have hackathons, we've had development centers, we've continued to have assessment centers, video interviews, right? Case studies. Lot of hiring is also happening these days on virtual live projects. As students, you are given not just theoretical things to work on, right? You're given a live business problem, you solve it, show your skills, competencies, right? And then that becomes the basis. Now, whether you are from a top-notch, IM or some other B school, doesn't really matter, right? So pedigree probably will go away, if not now, maybe another 5 years down the line. Another 10, 15 years down the line, probably the degrees will fade away. Even if you're a college dropout, you're a fantastic sales guy, welcome aboard.
So I'll give you a very interesting example that happened in GE Windmill. GE Windmill wanted to actually establish an IoT setup with GE. Windmills kind of a thing. If it kind of stops or if there is a problem, the IoT could send in signals that there is an issue with it. So it so happened that they couldn't find anyone across. They launched it in the organization. They tried hiring people for it. They just couldn't. So suddenly they got an idea that why don't we float it in the market and let's see who could come over and help us out with it. And when they actually publicized that and got the entries, they found out that people who could solve it were actually college dropouts. Now, I'm not saying that you should drop out from college. There are very less such success stories, and I give that example to my son very often, that it doesn't mean that if Steve Jobs was a college dropout, everyone tends to become a Steve Jobs. So you need some base. It gives you a discipline. Saying about skills and about degree, I think what matters is that you have to upgrade yourself every time. you have to have an agile mindset. If you feel that you have learned something and you stick to it, no, that's not happening. Even now at this age, if I am not reading and I'm not bringing in ideas, I will not be relevant. You know, it's not about that you reach. You know, what is important is to sustain yourself at wherever level that you reach. You know, people reach a certain level and they are not able to sustain themselves. Why? Because they stop being relevant. So what skills give you is becoming relevant for that particular situation. Now saying this, all of you have heard of AI, right? AI is actually changing the way we used to think about making presentations. When we were growing up, getting trained on presentation, how to go about giving presentations, how to be present in that moment, engage with the crowd was a big deal. It still is. But the way you prepare the presentations, that has changed. Now we have so many tools where you just have to log in and a presentation is prepared. So that has completely changed. Perhaps that skill has changed. Now you need to have a skill of storytelling, where you perhaps can go engage with crowd a little more and give your perspective. It's all about giving the right perspective. That skill, which is more softer, has evolved now. You know, unlike the other aspect that we needed for presentations earlier. If I talk about Amazon, Amazon is one organization where they actually scrapped out presentations. You know how they work? They give out a reading material and they say that you have to prepare for that in the meeting. And if you actually start off by asking these questions, have you read through it? And if you have not, then they give you 10 minutes to go through it, pose in the questions, ask those questions, get it streamlined and get it closed. So that's how they work. So I think skill and degree are two, for me, I think there are two very important aspects that go hand in hand. You have to have a base which tells you, okay, there is a discipline to things and you are growing. And then you keep upgrading yourself with various skills that you can acquire through the process.
Thanks. Yeah. No, just taking a step back, and if you ask a question, why this discussion around degree versus skill? So what's happening in the organizations because of which we are discussing this? Something must be happening, right? So I think two things which are largely changing, and obviously there are many things, largely two things which are relevant for this conversation. One is the change of technology and other aspects have become very, very fast. So faster than ever, I mean, we used to, obviously in my era as well, we used to say technology is changing fast, but probably it is 5 times or 10 times faster. So that's one change which is happening. Second is the organizations are becoming very complex. They were always complex, but what's happening now is, one is phenomena which is happening is organizations are becoming smaller. So you will hear that there are bigger organizations, etc. But organizations are becoming leaner. Smaller teams, project teams, 15, 20 people working together. And then they, obviously there is a concept on startups and various other organizations on that front. So with that, and then geography is getting added. So organizations are becoming complex because people have to do multiple things. They have multiple reportings, hybrid reporting, people reporting into different geography, etc. So these two changes is making us in the organization to think of, what kind of people we need to hire, right? And when it comes to campus hiring, because people have not experiences prior to joining an organization, what do you hire for? So in past, people used to hire for degree. The person probably has studied in a good college, probably would have got decent exposure, different people to speak to, work around, etc. And then let's hire these people. But the change in the organizations is so fast now, the complexity is so much that there is different skills, there are different things needed. So one, obviously, the panel members have spoken about is technology as a skill. So if you are not keeping yourself updated about what's happening in the technological world, whether you are in finance or HR or marketing, engineer, any area, updating yourself about technology and how it is impacting the ecosystem, your workplace, will be crucial. Second, I think is and this generation is better compared to previous generations, is life skills. So knowing about yourself, knowing about what is your strength, what are things that you do well, how do you get engaged in a particular setup and organization. I think choosing a right organization, you have become better. So I think life skill or skills around soft skills, which Archana also spoke about, is crucial in the analysis when we are hiring for campus recruits. So and it's the dynamics of that is changed. Hackathons and all these things are done to create that complexity in a lesser time for you to think faster, work with different teams, and come to a solution. So you give, the way we are doing it is, creating a simulation environment of an organization which is complex, high on technology, changing fast, and how do you adapt to these things to, respond and come with a solution, and then the selection happens. So these are two bits, which you can prepare on. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it was very interesting. I hear a sigh of relief on the other side. Yes, no? What is that sigh of relief? Just checking whether they are, attentive or not. What is that sigh of relief? They said it's not pedigree, it's not tiered, colleges that they are looking at. So certainly we are in an advantageous position. Okay. So very different expectations from this generation as well. Now, since time is short, I think let's move on to the next question, which is, I thought, have any of you felt uncomfortable? We said that they are unafraid of asking. They are very transparent. So have you any point of time felt uncomfortable with their questions, be it on salary expectations or, they said work-life balance? So these are questions that they frequently asked. Okay, on my job, how much time will I get off to be on my own? So have you faced such questions? Have they made you uncomfortable? Or are organizations open to, these kinds of discussions, being transparent?
See, one thing about Gen Z is that they are not afraid to speak up, which I think personally, I find it very, very comforting and very, very motivating. But as organizations, probably you will raise a few eyebrows. कौन है यार ये, कहाँ से आ गए, पूछने लगे. ऐसे 20 साल तक तो किसी ने नहीं पूछा कि ये, and the only question that they will ask is they challenge status quo. Why am I given a generally meets expectation? Why not a exceeds expectation? Now this is a very, very relevant question for any manager. The problem is not with the question, the problem is with the manager, because they are not able to give the right answer. And this has been going on since ages. It's not something new. In my generation, whatever manager gave us, okay, if it is up to your expectation, well and good, come back happy, enjoy a drink, treat your friends for a party, that's it. If it is not up to your expectation, probably you will feel bad for a couple of hours and then move on, right? But it is not something wrong to ask questions about your compensation, about your role, about your project, about your promotion, about your rating, whatever it is. I've had questions where people are asking me, why am I doing this? Why am I being hired to write a piece of code which has absolutely no impact on the platform, is not going to do anything which anyone outside this organization is going to use? But then why am I doing it? Why are you paying me for this? Now these are very pertinent, relevant questions, but as organizations, we have not been able to create good answers for you, right? So the good thing about this generation, continue to ask questions. Make us more uncomfortable. Because they say that if you are not uncomfortable, you will not do anything about it. So the organizations need to be made uncomfortable by these right questions. And the important word is right? Don't ask all kind of questions, which again can go other ways. But always ask right questions. Nothing wrong in it. Challenge the organizations, make them uncomfortable, make your managers uncomfortable or future managers uncomfortable. Seek those answers.
And still get the job.
They will get the job. Job is not a problem. I am a very staunch believer that an engineer or an MBA in India cannot remain without a job. Right? You will always get a job. Question is that the job you want to do? Right? If you want to wait for 6 months and then look for a job which actually appeals you, which is very close to your heart, go for it. So when I joined XIMB way back in 2002, our dean asked us the question, why are you here? I raised my hand and said, sir, Naukri. Because I was going out to 4 years of work ex, right? And that was at that point, that was a perfectly acceptable answer. Now, if I ask this group, why are you here? I'm sure I'm going to hear some very fancy, rosy, learning, motivation, I'm going to change the world, right? Naukri is still an acceptable answer. The only thing which has changed is, what kind of job are you looking for? Or forget about job, what are you looking for? Half of this batch, I'm sure, is going to start something of their own. So you're not looking for a job. Right? Find your passion. Ask questions. Asking question is going to, challenge a few people. So be it. That's the right way. Don't stop asking questions.
So I'll tell you how troubleshooting is done. Any idea how troubleshooting is done? Some of you belong to have had exposure. In trouble, yeah. So you start asking questions, correct? Yeah. So you ask questions and you do troubleshooting. If you don't ask questions, can you do troubleshooting? No. Generally, the question is, what changed and who changed it? Correct? So how change happens? Change happens when you start asking the questions. And I think that is extremely important. The question is, again, to us, that are we ready and are we open enough to give you those answers? Now, with respect to what ma'am just asked, if you come over and ask us questions as organizations, whether you want to share the salary, Ankush raised the point that what is the rating that am I getting? Why am I getting those ratings? So I think the processes within the organization need to be set so either fluid or so compartmentalized that we have the answers ready. If I have these set KRAs for individuals to tell them that, yes, this is the performance level, right? And this is where you reached, I have the answers ready. Are we doing that right from our end as managers or as people, right? So I think that is one question. The second question is with respect to salary that ma'am was pointing at. I have a very different take on it. And I don't know how correct or wrong am I. But there was a time when, today also, if you look at any of the government gadgets, you will see that the salaries of all pay scales are listed there. You can actually find out who at what level gets what salary. Now, when private came into being, what happened is basically we started rewarding performance or meritocracy, correct? That came into play and they said, okay, salaries, even if someone is hired from the same college, same degree, same years of experience, the salary might change for a very simple reason that perhaps that other individual has more skills than the one we hired earlier. Right? So I think that perspective changed. So if someone comes over and asks me, would you like to share that piece with me, ma'am? Someone is getting more than me. And these questions were raised. Someone is getting. I think what we need to do also as organization to understand and make that individual realize that there might be some gaps where you need to pick up and learn a little more. And when that distinguishedness will start happening, we can be as transparent, as open to all of you and actually answer those questions. I think where the generation and where where the ball is hit is the fact that we stop you from asking questions as organizations. I think that shouldn't happen. More transparent you are, more questions you will ask us, better we'll become as organizations. The processes will become more robust. I think so, like Ankush was saying, in my perspective also, if you don't ask questions, I would really mean, and in my organizations, I've always seen my seniors, when we work with them, if you don't ask questions, either you do not, this is a typical dialogue that most professors and lecturers say, that if you either you understood it all or you did not understand it at all. So don't stop asking questions.
I think mostly covered on on whether they should ask questions. I think this is no brainer. Be free. Be free after this session also. You will have 15 minutes to ask questions. Yeah. So I think one of the point which Madam mentioned was on transparency, on asking questions around compensation and stuff. Won't go too deep into it. Ankush and we were discussing around. So both compensation, performance are complicated processes, right? So it looks number. It's very complex. So it's very complicated because you ask a CFO about how's the health of the company in terms of compensation, he will give a different answer. You ask a CEO, he will have a different view of looking at compensation and how to reward. HR would look at it in a very different manner. Managers do not understand most of it. So when it goes down to people, employees, or new joiners, the entire tonality and understanding of compensation is gone. So, and then your bottommost level looks at in hand. So here are different ways of looking at compensation. It's very, very complicated. But what I suggest is, organizations I'm seeing, I think generally are becoming more transparent in sharing the compensation at the time of hiring. They're also sharing JDs, I think, which was not a phenomena in our times. Abhi aa jao, kuch karayenge, your role will be decided later. But now, students ask, what is the role which I am being, hired for, or for which the company is coming, which is a good trend. You should be knowing, where you are going for and for what role as well. So I think the transparency is increasing. There are examples of some of the organizations keeping it so complicated that you see a number and when you land, the number is half, and then you are in perplex and what happened to this number. So I won't comment on that, but largely I'm finding that the methods of looking at compensation is very different in organizations. And actually it's not compensation, that's why the nomenclature is rewards. Or total rewards and other phenomena which has come in. So, so organizations look at it in a very, very different manner. Even, for that matter, work-life balance is part of total rewards. Now, how do you measure? There are ways to measure. So, and that becomes part of total compensation or total rewards when it comes to, a presentation to CEO. But when it comes to CFO, he will say, "Paisa dikhao, kitna kharch hua hai?" So what is my people cost? So, so I would say as campus recruits, look for a right JD, ask for that, try and understand what is the role you are getting into, who will be the manager, and get a decent clarity around, what will be the compensation at least for 1 or 2 years. Yep.
Okay, I think so. You are open to asking questions to the organization. That's what the view is of the panel. Don't shy away from asking uncomfortable questions. So now I think we can open the floor for questions. And at the end, I'll ask each of the panelists to give you some advice as to how should they prepare themselves, because we have first year and some second year people here as well. So soon they'll be sitting for their summer internship interviews and the final interviews. So, so that later, but now we can open the floor for questions. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is for Ankush, sir. You mentioned about a point that you do not like about Gen Z. So, what specifically that is? We would definitely like to know that.
No, I deliberately made that point. So I forced you to ask a question, right? What I don't like about Gen Z is asking for remote work, right? While I'm okay with offering flexibility, hybrid, you'll never be successful if you're away from office. It is not just about you sitting in one isolated area, focusing on your own deliverables, right? That's all well and good. You know, there's always a counter to it that why do I have to commute if I'm able to deliver from home within 3 hours, right? Nobody's measuring how many hours you've spent on, you know, submitting a deliverable. What you miss out is on lot of interactions with your peers, which possibly will not happen at a remote place, right? You may have some flexibility, like 1 day a week or a 2 day a week, you can operate from home or vice versa. Each organization has their own philosophies, right? Spending time in a workplace is as important as your deliverables or as and you will realize it over a period of time. It's not going to, you know, suddenly start showing results within 3 months. Over a period of time, you will be a far, far better professional if you have spent time at workplace, if you have interacted with your peers, your, you know, leadership or your managers, if you know what is happening in the organization, right? So that's my only disconnect with this generation. Otherwise, I'm absolutely in love with this generation. In fact, I'm taking coaching from one of the Gen Zs just to be on the same page as, you know, what they speak, what they think.
Learning the lingo?
Yeah. I'm like, half of what you guys think, oh, vibe nahi aa raha hai, right? So I'm trying to figure out what that vibe means. Hota kya hai wo, right? So I talk a lot with Gen Zs in my office, in my personal space, right? So whosoever I meet, I try to understand what is going on in their minds when they speak their lingo or when they demonstrate a certain workplace behavior, right? That's very interesting to know. Apart from this, don't come to me for कि मुझे घर से काम करना है, remote work नहीं मिलेगा. Flexibility मिलेगी, remote work नहीं मिलेगा. Rest everything is absolutely fine with you, nothing to worry. So there's a lot of things going on. Gen Z is a very difficult generation, right? So I was telling the panelists when we were having the, you know, back channel discussion that wait for the time when Gen Zs become the managers. They will have a far, far more difficult generation to manage. Yeah.
Okay, next question.
So my question is also to you. Sir, at what point?
Gen Z bol diya to.
Sir, at what point did you feel like that now I know what to do in life? Because my answer is also usually the same, that I want Naukri. So at what point does it actually?
So don't be ashamed of the fact that you want a Naukri, yaar. That's okay. We all have to pay our bills. Absolutely fine in that. See, have a seat. Whatever is in your heart, whether it is Naukri, whether it is a startup, whether you want to join your family business or you want to do whatever you want to be a paraglider, right? Don't feel ashamed about it, right? 10 years down the line, this entire group sitting here will be doing very, very diverse things. You can ask your LMs, right? They can tell about their batches. 15 years down the line, who is doing what? Very different. You know, when Kundan and Rakshit were sitting here on the other side of the table, they also had a very different view than what they're doing today, right? So I'm still trying to figure out. I was also confused, like most of you, and I'm sure all of them were at one point or the other, right? So there is no fixed time when you realize कि मुझे ये करना है. You keep on evolving. The only thing is that the intensity and the pace at which things evolve is far quicker in your generation than in mine. right? Probably 5 years, 7 years it took me to figure out my next move. Some of you may figure out in 5-7 months. That's the only thing. But yes, if you personally ask me, at what point I knew, there's no specific point. नौकरी थी, इंजीनियरिंग के बाद भी नौकरी चाहिए थी तो नौकरी मिल गई, MBA के बाद भी नौकरी चाहिए थी तो नौकरी मिल गई. Over the last 25 years, yes, I have thought through, sat down multiple times, discussed with my mentors, discussed with family what is it that I want to do. That journey is still on.
Thank you. Anybody from this side? Dev again. Can't see really. How much time do we have?
Thank you. So I have a question. For example, I need to know what are your views on succession planning when majority of the workforce would be Gen Z. How would it impact the succession plan and the senior executive posts?
You have to define the successor for this question also. Whom we want to answer.
Anyone can answer.
Anybody.
Should answer.
Anybody can answer, you see.
That's not how succession planning happens. That anyone can be a successor. Be specific.
Okay, sir. I would like sir to answer. Yes, Kundan sir. Yes.
So I think succession planning, classic method, adopted. Obviously, it started by ICICI Bank largely, I would say. So it's called, an organization which creates CEOs, and a lot of efforts are put into, how succession is to be done. I think if you ask me, really truthfully, I haven't thought about, what will happen when, Gen Zs would start becoming successors. But I think the method of creating managers and leaders remain the same. So you need to give exposure. You need to identify right talent and skills in people. Define and understand from them the aspirations once they start working with you. And then create a path, right? So, and that has to be faster, that has to be aligned with people's needs, expectations, alignment. It takes me back to the first question on job hopping. You create succession plans. If the person doesn't stay, who do you create successor for? But largely, I think I think the method would remain similar. The only approach would be, aligning very, very closely with, with people who are joining you, because you have a lot of clarity on what do you want, is what I have found, at least in my teams, in my organization. So they have been asking for roles which align with their skill set, so they want to do next. So as an organization, we need to be agile to kind of quickly adapt and prepare for that.
Thank you so much. I think the questions also have been equally interesting. So very quickly, as we have been signaled to end the discussion, from each one of you, what 2 words as advice would you give them? Advice, how to prepare themselves for campus hiring. 2 words.
Stay relevant and be honest to yourself.
Very nice. Let's clap.
I think if I look back 15 years, 16 years back, what would I have said to myself? I think first thing would be take the stress away. It's very important. As it was rightly said, we all will get the job. So don't be pressurized. Take the mental stress away. Be calm. Be aware that you are capable and you will definitely get the job. Or for that matter, maybe a startup. So that you have to do. And second, obviously, as you rightly said, keep yourself updated. Keep increasing your knowledge and be confident and calm, right? Those are 2 important things that would really help you crack a lot of interviews when you appear for it, right? Those are the 2 words that I would have for this.
So no stress and be calm. Big round of applause. Yeah.
I think 2 bits from my side. Keep aspiring. You never know, when the right role fits in. It can be immediately after the campus or maybe 2 years down the line. So keep aspiring and keep yourself healthy also. So we are
Yeah,
to
that's
be very frank,
important.
if I have to give advice to my 24-year-old, I would say, and keep healthy,
Be
work
healthy.
on your health.
Okay, that's interesting. Big round of applause. Yeah.
So I have a very competitive answer for this, sir. I would say that how are you different than the one who is appearing with you in the interview? What is your niche? How are you different? Why a company would hire you and not someone else who is appearing again in your batch? So create that niche. It's very important that you come out different. What are the skills that you have acquired? Of course, learning could be one. Or is there something which defines you as an individual where you stand out? What is that for you? So understand that yourself on your own by understanding your core values. Like you all, kind of agree to the fact that values are things that define you. So understand your core value and work on those and create a niche for yourself.
Great. Very nice. I think with that we end the very interesting panel discussion. I don't think we have time to summarize also, but I think a lot of takeaways from what the speakers have shared, and as aspiring candidates to be hired, I think very valuable suggestions as well. So thank you, each one of you. I think the insights you have shared, will stay on with them, and we had a very relevant discussion as we are preparing ourselves to welcome this generation and Gen Alpha as well. So there'll be new dynamics, but they are the ones who are going to create the new workspace. So thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for sharing your valuable insights. Your contributions and engagement have enriched our understanding of this vital topic. Now, we would like to request Mamta ma'am to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Mr. Kundan Kishore. I would like to invite Mr. Rakshit Joshi. I would like to invite Mr. Ankush Arora. I would like to invite Ms. Archana Bhardwaj. I would request the Secretary Ambika to kindly felicitate Mamta ma'am. I now kindly request all the panelists to remain on stage for a group photo. Now we request our respected panelists to please proceed for lunch. The next panel for the day will start at 1:45 p.m.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aryan Goyal, member of the Executive Education Committee, and it is my privilege to introduce our next session, Purpose, Growth, and Stability. What MBAs should value in their first job. In today's fast-changing business environment, an MBA's first role is more than just an entry point into the corporate world. It is the foundation of their professional journey. Beyond compensation, the three pillars of purpose, growth, and stability have become critical factors influencing how young professionals evaluate opportunities. This conversation aims to guide both early career professionals and employees in understanding how to balance ambition with alignment while making career choices that are meaningful, sustainable, and future oriented. This session will be conducted in a fireside chat format, a conversational style of discussion designed to be more engaging, personal, and student centric. We are delighted to have Mr. Nilab Gupta, Head of HR at Quest Staffing Solution, as the moderator for this session. An IMI Delhi gold medalist and alumnus of XLRI in strategic HR leadership. He brings with him over 13 years of HR experience. Mr. Gupta has led transformative initiatives in talent management and employee engagement across geographies and exemplifies the blend of strategic vision. I request everyone to welcome Mr. Nilab with a huge round of applause. Joining him in this engaging dialogue are our two esteemed speakers. I am honored to welcome Mr. Rakesh Jain, a seasoned talent acquisition leader with nearly 2 decades of experience in recruitment and HR. He currently serves as an associate director, head of talent acquisition at Grant Thornton Indus, and has previously held leadership roles at Deloitte, KPMG, Accenture, and Wipro Technologies. Recognized as a specialist in KPO and GCC hiring, Mr. Jain has been instrumental in designing and executing TS strategies that drive growth, innovation, and organizational success, while building high-performing and future-ready teams. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rakesh Jain with a huge round of applause. Our next panelist here is Mr. Tushar Neb. Mr. Tushar is a distinguished HR leader with over 14 years of experience in the FMCG sector. He began his journey as a management trainee at Dabur India and has since made significant contribution across the talent acquisition, performance management, campus engagement, HR analytics, and digital HR transformations. He currently leads the Center of Excellence for Performance Management and Talent Acquisition, while also serving as the National HR Business Partner for Dabur's commercial and corporate functions. Mr. Neb has successfully led implementation of Dabur's Global HRMS Pulse, along with several digital initiatives, including AI/ML-based tools such as chatbots and mood sensors aimed at enhancing employee experience. I request you all to welcome Mr. Tushar with a huge round of applause. Now I would request Nilab sir to take this discussion forward. Sir.
Thank you. Everyone can hear us? Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nilab. Hope you guys are not forced to sit here by the alumni team and the PlaceCom team. So guys, be energetic, be vocal. Wherever you think you need to ask questions, cut us in between. Few years back, I was there, so I used to do that. I used to make the panel very nervous, right? So I would expect a lot of questions, means a lot of discussions, a lot of insights. There might be few things you are young professional, budding. I'm not sure if everyone is part of HR or you are part of the PGDM and BFSI also. Mixed? Superb. So obviously you guys are budding professionals, so there would be a lot of questions. There might be few people who are freshers who might have brought some experience with them. So experienced people would have seen some industry, freshers would have a lot of speculations, what's happening, what will happen. Everyone is a part of first year, second year, mixed there also? First year? Super. Then obviously there's one more year to go for you in order to build this thought process that what you should expect when you get into the industry, right? Two extremely experienced professionals and veteran in their own field are there with us, Rakesh and Tushar. I hope this discussion will incite some spark, some thought process, And once again, I'm telling openly, please ask questions. Don't stay back or just stop yourself back, because asking questions, one person if asks questions, it might serve value for others also. Okay, so today the discussion is very, very interesting, very, very interesting. When a young budding professional who is aspiring to be making a lot of mark in the industry gets out of the B school, what should they focus? Should they focus on purpose? Should they focus on growth? Or should they focus on stability? All three things are equally important, right? I cannot say, or I don't think that any one thing we say that it's not important. Everything is important. Everything will have a purpose for someone, right? For me, say suppose growth is important. For Rakesh, say suppose stability is important. For Tushar, say suppose purpose is important. But what exactly every specific pointers, details instill in it, we will be talking at length. There are few set of questions which I have prepared which can thought that spark. But if you guys have anything, we'll open the floor for Q&A. But that's at the later end of the discussion. But in between also, if you guys think that you should understand something more than happy to take that. So with that, I would first start off with a very, very simple questions which I have. First, I will ask Rakesh to just share his thought. When an MBA steps into the first job, the dilemma is real. Whether they should focus or chase purpose, whether they should look for growth, or whether they should prioritize stability. According to you, what's your view, and what they should aspire?
Sure. Thanks, Nilab. Maybe just before that, I'll take a minute to just check the pulse of the students. How many of you, when you were opting for IMI or any other campuses, when you were looking at your MBA, looked at the placement as your top priority for choosing a college? If raise of hands, majority of you. Okay. How many of you actually got an opportunity to talk to your previous batch students to understand what kind of life you would get to know when you're choosing IMI or similar campuses? Most of you, which is very good. Okay. And how did you happen to approach these batchmates or your seniors? LinkedIn. Okay, that's good. How many of you happen to just look at your peers, that majority of my current batchmates, which is your graduation batchmates, are joining IMI, so I'll also join IMI? Anybody? No harm. I was one of them actually. When my very close friend was pursuing MBA, I had no plans of doing MBA, but since he was doing it, I just went ahead with it. None of you? So all of you are very clear why you have joined IMI and what are the expectations out of it. Okay, now coming back to the question, for me, growth is something what most of those MBAs should start looking at. I'm not saying that purpose and stability is not something which you would want to, but when you're starting your career, growth is where is I think one of the important factors which you would see and relate it to the company which you're choosing. Now, there are possibilities that you might choose a company for the brand name. You might choose the company just because the compensations are very, very high or expected higher than the other competitors. Or again, the third one, which I thought during my MBAs, because I was fairly maturing into those kind of roles, that my friend is going into say XYZ company and I'll maybe follow him. So these are the priorities where you would need to identify that which company will give you growth. Now for you, what is growth? Growth is where you get cross-trained opportunities, where you have opportunities to enhance your horizontal growth and not just vertical growth. Now, do you understand horizontal growth? Can you explain me what do you mean by horizontal growth? Right. Fairly well said. So it's where you get an opportunity to learn multiple things at the same entry level of your role, and that is why I believe that growth becomes more important than purpose and stability when you're starting your career. And obviously, purpose and stability will become equally important or prioritized based on how you grow into the industry or the role you're getting into.
Absolutely. Okay. Tushar, your views?
So I think Rakesh has rightly said, nothing to context over that. Purpose is something which you people have to see before joining an organization, before choosing an organization where you want to pursue your career. Obviously, I feel that at your age, like you all mentioned, that the placements was the first thing which you saw. Okay, and obviously, even whoever comes in say, ki don't see placement, say your growth, see where you can do lot of new things, where you can learn, where you can have multi functional exposures or multi-dimensional exposures you can get. Obviously, you will see compensation. We all know that. Okay, but having said that, it's not only compensation or the level which play important role in deciding, but also the most important part, what Rakesh said, is whether you have that learning, whether you can have that growth which can propel you further. If an organization is not giving you a right type of experience and growth in the coming 3 years, choosing the organization which with the highest package will not sustain it for a longer period of time. So it's most important how you balance all these aspects. There might be that a certain level of compensation with high growth opportunities and basic stability will definitely play a larger importance rather than a very unstable environment, very high compensation and growth which is uncertain. So you people have to choose very, very wisely what balance you have to keep. Considering our experience, I think growth becomes the major pillar, then stability, and then compensation. Right?
Super, great. So with that, we'll just take a step forward, and we'll try to deep dive into one point at a time and take your perspective on that. So Rakesh, we move with the first set of point, which is on purpose, right? So obviously, currently the B school obviously gives a lot of perspective, a lot of different learning, and students are not only looking for paychecks but also looking for purpose. Right now, this young generation have a lot of their own values, belief, which are already built in, right? They wanted to see how that alignment happens with the organization. There might be few people which I know, they have rejected offers if their purpose is not aligned to the organization. So my first question goes to Rakesh. How can an MBA differentiate between company that truly lives the purpose versus one that puts it on the poster or website?
And very relevant question, and maybe at the right time, because we have just started hiring from campuses, and during these, we do have a value slide which we put it up when we are doing a pre-placement talk with the students, and I usually represent that slide during those discussions. We have with Grant Thornton, we have a clearly one values, which are our core values, which is collaboration, leadership, excellence, agility, respect, and responsibility. So we have framed it as clear or clearly one values. Now, coming to the questions, the purpose. Now, you as an individual, you will have your own value systems, right? Or you would have inculcated your value systems from your professional or personal life. Now, what you have to see when you're choosing a company is that what is their value propositions, what is their employee value propositions, and maybe not all 5 or 6 core values will relate to you as an individual. Pick up one of them. For us, when I was choosing GT across after working with the other big four, was that out of the clearly one values, which are the ones which was prioritizing for me? For me, it was collaboration and leadership opportunities. So I was with one of the big fours. I was managing multiple hiring horizontally, but I was not getting the leadership growth. But GT gave me that, and I picked up that as one of my correlated core values, which worked with me. Try to find that purpose with each one of you and the company which you're targeting to. So for example, if one of your favorite companies or your top 3 companies which you would have chosen to join, find out the core values and see which of those core values get related to your value systems. And I think that will be a better match than you just running behind, say, compensation or location for that matter, or the role. Now, a lot of individuals which I've seen, I've been speaking to at least 1,000 to 2,000 students across our campus hiring seasons. We get to know that they are just going for the brand. They are not looking at the role, what they are applying for. Now, if, for example, Google comes to your campus, you will just go with, okay, whatever role is there, I'll apply to Google. Google is my dream company. But is that role which you would be able to sustain? Is that the purpose you're maybe pursuing your MBA for? So that is where I think I would want to answer that question.
Sure, makes sense. So Rakesh, if a company's purpose is not fully resonates with the employees or the freshers who have joined the organization, but the role is very enticing, what will be your suggestion in that case for the budding professionals? What should they prioritize, even though their purpose is not aligned with the organization, but the role is very meaty?
I think I will start with just commenting on what Rakesh said in the previous point. I think purpose, syncing your purpose with an organization purpose is very important. But also knowing whether that purpose is real, really that purpose and that vision of an organization or the values of the organization are really being implemented or not. It's good to present those slides. It's good to show videos or do once in a year events to I think promote that agenda. But whether these are being imbibed in the leadership, whether these are being followed and executed across the organization or not, is something which is very important, and that can only be gained by you through connecting with the right people in the organization. That networking play a very critical role at that point of time. Okay. And I think through that I will answer your question as well. So once you network these people and you find that, yeah, it's my purpose is being sort of matching the values of the organization, and obviously it will not match 100%. There might be, rightly said by Rakesh, one or two values will definitely connect with the organization. Now once you are there in the organization, you will feel that your role, based on your role, there will be some plus and minuses. Always there will be a situation or circumstance where you will be put which challenges your value, even though it overall resonates with that, but it might challenge while you are on the job. Having said that, I think in the beginning of the career, yes, we have to remain strong with our values, our thoughts, but your exposure, your learning play a most important role where that growth comes as an expected, how much learning you are gaining out there. What type of accelerated learning, what type of accelerated understanding of the processes and challenges are put in front of you to make it success for you people. Obviously, there will be a certain limit of how much you will be able to sustain the, I think I can say, divergence from that value, and that play a very important role individual to individual. But having said that, I think that growth becomes most important in the beginning of the career.
Absolutely.
Just wanted to add,
yeah.
From value systems as well, as Tushar also mentioned, that don't run for your 100% match of the purpose. Now, a lot of you might be interested in giving back to the community, doing CSR activities. Now, as a firm, there is a mandate from the government that 1% or 2% of the revenue is supposed to be invested in the CSR activities. But how are they investing that? Are the employees aligned towards giving back to the community? Now, I take pride in GT that we just don't go and spend that 2% of our revenue and be done with it. There are opportunities where we have associated throughout the year where a lot of our professionals goes back to the government institutes and colleges and schools and give back to the community, where they spend days together to educate students or maybe bring that up. What differently few of the firms, and GT again does that, is once they graduate from these government colleges, we go back to them and look at opportunities to hire them back and see that give them a relatable role, what they are able to they are capable to perform with us. So those are the opportunities and purposes. If you are trying to relate to your future companies, I think that will give you a more sustainable and a more reliable response to your work or career, what you're trying to build there.
Absolutely. Adding to this whole discussion, one purpose or value, this is a kind of a insight which I have learned very early in my career. Never compromise with integrity. Any organization where you join, whatever the flamboyant name designation is given to you, if they ask you to compromise with integrity, never do that. Because once you do that, you get into that vicious cycle. They will take you for granted. They will make you run pillar to post just to make things meet, you will feel that trap, because once you have committed something which is unethical, it's very, very tough to come out. Equally, at the same time, when you get into an organization, I being part of the HR function, I always tell people that when you come to an organization, you are coming with a very neutral perspective. We expect you guys to talk about things which are not going fair or not going right in the organization. We know that as a kind of a legacy of an organization, a lot of things would just be business as usual. We might never get into those nitty-gritties, whether we need to course correct it, whether we need to put any stop to something. But if you, in your very early career, because you will go through the transition, you will go through the training, you would understand stuff, there your perspective matters. Ask the status quo. If something is happening in this way, if there's a better way which you think, which you might have learned, researched, why are you afraid to put it up? It's okay even though you are a fresher, you are in the first day, maybe first day you are having an induction example. In the induction, nobody talks about the leadership of the organization. You should be the one to talk to your manager or to the HR why we are not being told about who is the leadership of the organization. That is where the true purpose lies. It's all, obviously, as an individual, you will have your own purpose and values and belief. But as an organization citizen, that corporate citizenship comes into picture right from the very onset. You land up your job, be it your first job, second, or anything. So that's the, I also wanted to just touch upon. Great. We'll move to the second point on growth. Okay. Rakesh, this is for you. Sorry, Tushar, this is for you. I'm sorry. When an MBA thinks of growth, they often look for promotion, big titles. How do you define real growth for them in the first job?
Guys, what do you feel? Tell me you come with some experience. I think the experience percentage has improved a lot.
Yeah.
What do you feel? Those who have experienced, what they can tell? Anyone? Yeah. Very good. Anyone else?
Hello. Yeah. It's a gradual process, sir. What I feel like, where once we enter into corporate, we feel like we see a different charm, like people having different titles, different positions. That attracts. That sounds very much lucrative. But gradually, when we learn, when we see why they are carrying that kind of charm, because of the experience, because of the exposure they have got, because of the learnings they had. So meanwhile, once we actually see the another side of the coin, we'll be able to analyze why actually they are having this kind of charisma and this kind of charm. So what I feel like it's a gradual process.
Oh. So good views are two similar views. I think I agree with both of you. The growth, if I talk about, is something which is individual to individual, plus it's an exposure which an organization can provide. Like for example in Dabur, what we do is we usually, for the first 9 to 10 months, we give you exposure of hand-holding with a mentor for each and every role of an organization in sales and marketing, which you do. We have a mentor who will correct you, a mentor and a guide who will support you in each every step. But after that 10 months are over, we give you an independent role. Let you make your own mistakes. That independence still helps every individual to do as much as they can. The mistakes in the first 3 months, in the first 3 months of the, I can say, 12-month period. After that, we give them a posting, and a posting comes with a leadership connect. In terms of every individual of a management trainee level will have a mancom, that is a management committee or CXO, synced with the individual, where a person can challenge every aspect of the work, can challenge every opportunity which is provided to the person, and can also challenge what is going right and what is going wrong. So that becomes an exposure of an individual, how a person can multidimensionally think, can suggest what is right with their function, what's wrong with their function, or with other functions as well. So an opportunity in the first 3 years, what Nilab said, is something you to take as much risk as possible, take challenging opportunities as possible, do the role which has been assigned to you in the maximum capability as possible, and learn and grow over a period in next 2 to 3 years. The reward, if you run after reward in terms of promotions, good designations, or compensation increases in the beginning of that period, those aspects of learning gets second tier or third tier in your priority. If you first work for the first 3 years on your learning, on your exposure, different projects with different CFTs, different projects with your own function itself, I think that will make you learn and grow at a much faster pace. For example, a person can have a 1 year of a general trade experience, then another 8 months of trade marketing experience, and another 9 to 12 months of modern trade experience. The person is a package for us for our next leadership role in the organization. But that type of willingness to take risks, that exposure, is something is very important, which we look in which are in our talent, and we always work on them so that they focus on these areas and rather than compensation. So I always tell my management trainees, your growth and your growth in terms of salary and promotion is my job, not your job. Your job is to learn, take risks, take challenges, and deliver, obviously. So that's your responsibility. You take care of your responsibility. I will take my responsibility. So that's my thought.
Super. Well put. Well put. Super. So Rakesh, so how is important it's for MBAs to focus on skill building rather than run behind promotions, title, and if they don't come quickly, that's also fine for them.
Right. So just wanted to add on to what Tushar said, that if you're focused on your work, your performance, your output, the HR team or the leadership team will take care of your promotions or your readiness to be ready for the next level. I just wanted to share one or two examples during my tenure, what we had introduced during management discussions. Now, when we are hiring for, and sorry, just a precise, India runs on designations. That was my thought process. And this I'm talking about lateral hiring, not specifically analyst or fresher hiring. When I say India runs on designations is when, for example, I'm hiring from my competition, somebody is at an assistant manager, I hired them at a manager. They end up doing the same work what an assistant manager is doing as a manager in our firm, or vice versa, right? Who is benefiting? The firm is benefiting. I was able to attract a employee from a different competition or my immediate competition to come and join, but they end up doing the work. How the individual is benefiting, saying that I've got a title increase. Maybe he or she might get married because now he or she is becoming a manager. It's easier to get a girl or a boy to get married to. And I've seen that experience within my team. There was an individual in one of the IT companies I work with. He joined the firm just to get married. And he was doing what? He was just helping us scan documents for all the candidates who get shortlisted. And he got married, and immediately after that he left the job, and obviously he had enough money, zamindar khandan se tha, and he was able to sustain whatever he had to do. Coming back to the question, what you have to identify is that don't run behind designations, don't run behind compensation. Find your purpose and the value, and at the current generation you all are in, happy that most of you might not be from the COVID batch, what was earlier branded as COVID batch, because a lot of education came from the virtual learning and not the practical or realistic learning experiences. I think IMI and other colleges, similar colleges, are giving you that kind of an expertise to interact with industry leaders, interact with your predecessors or successors coming in. You will have an opportunity to then talk to your juniors and explain them that why you have chosen a certain role or an industry or a company to target to. I think these opportunities you won't get it easily. To make full use of it, I think. Sorry, if you can just help me with the question again.
So the question was, how important is it for the MBAs to focus on skill rather than to run behind promotions, titles, and early fast-track growth?
Right. Again, look at opportunities where you get experience to So for example, you're getting hired in a particular industry, and I'll maybe take my industry example. You have hired for a US taxation role. A lot of finance students would want to apply for that. Now, in taxation, there are multiple offerings. It's employee benefit plan, partnership tax, individual tax, high net worth individual tax. Most of them might get aligned to one of the service lines or one of the offerings, but nobody's stopping you to learn all the offerings what the firm has to provide. Now, this will give you that, what do you say, a turning point for you to present your case for a faster growth. So if you're making yourself available for the learning and opportunity and growth, nobody's stopping you to get your vertical growth as well. I think that's largely the point I wanted to specify.
Sure, Rakesh. Team, I also wanted to add one more point here, like promotion or the growth, obviously. So have a growth mindset. Don't just focus the word growth, which is directly proportional to promotion. Promotion is there, but say suppose you grow fast. I have seen few of my colleagues who moved out of the organization just for the sake of growth and in terms of levels, designation, but they moved to a designation of a VP very fast. But when they are trying to switch jobs, the parallel which draws with the new organization with their experience level bring them to a manager. Just imagine in your CV, you have a career like this in terms of promotion, which gets to your VP. The next designation is manager, then maybe a AGM and a GM. So it's a drop. People will perceive that as a kind of a negative also sometime, that you might have hop jobs very frequently just for the sake of compensation or designation. And in order to again come back to the same level, it might take more time. Every role, guys, every designation has a gestation period. Use that gestation period to upskill yourself, learn something which is new, rather than going to your manager and asking when I will get promoted to assistant manager or a manager. Go and talk to them when I will be able to do something new, which I have already been doing, which I have mastered. Give me something new. That should be the eye opener for everyone. That should be the discussion point, because the day you start asking this particular question, you mean you're ready for the next step. Organization will start seeing you as a next level jump. There are organizations, in my previous organization, we have employed something called double jump. When a person is at an assistant manager, but he started delivering as a manager and also taking responsibility like senior manager, we have given them double jump. So don't worry on the promotions. With promotion, obviously compensation, everything is associated. But in today's world, guys, I hope everyone is aware how AI is rampantly increasing every minute. Focus how you can reduce your workload with AI. Give perspective to the organization. Right now you are in MBA, right? Use AI. How do you learn something which is quickly? ChatGPT is just the tip of the iceberg. There are multiple AI interfaces which you can use, right? So focus on that. Knock the door of growth in terms of your upskilling. Everything will come back to you. Okay. So moving on, the next set is on the point of stability, okay, which we have. So Rakesh, my question goes to you. Right now, in this current generation, job hopping has become a very, very frequent thing. We were speaking up also that 2 years, 1 year, the industry trend changed, people move, right? So job hopping has been very common. In your view, how long should an MBA ideally stay in their first role or an organization before they call it quit?
Sure. So I'll share both the side of the coin. In case you have found your purpose, your value, or your opportunity for one of the firm, and after joining the firm, you decide or you get to know that, okay, this is not my purpose. It is good for you to call that out and move immediately rather than spending a couple of years. I know it's very, very dangerous. It's coming from a talent acquisition leader. I would ideally want an average of, say, 2.5 to 3 years of minimum tenure if you have decided that, okay, this is what the role you would want to pursue. But as an individual, if now that I'm addressing you and not as a talent acquisition leader alone, if you're not finding a purpose or the opportunity, it's better you move out sooner than later and spending, say, 2 years, 3 years, and then saying that I would want to switch to a different profile. Now, whatever time you have spent in that 2.5, 3 years, you might have to start as a fresher in the other role. Rather, you do it in the very first year you have joined the firm. and don't quote me outside when I'm coming back to college for GT hiring. But having said that, I hope you are able to get the point what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So that is where we started off the discussion. Find your purpose, growth, and stability. Now coming back to stability from a business point of view, or the business leader, while we go to the campuses and hire freshers, why do we do that? We have a better ROI, and that ROI will be given to you or given to the company only if you have spent 2 to 3 years. Now, within the audit, tax, and advisory space, we have seasonal based work. Now, every season you complete as a preparer or as a reviewer as you go up is where you get more experience on completing your taxations and audit papers as well. Now, that is how we look at your experience growth, and it is not just the number of years you have spent in the firm. And that is where we see that the ROI of each fresher comes out to the firm after 3 years only. And that is where we look at coming back to colleges and hiring from the same colleges year on year, only if the retention is on an average 24 to 30 months at a minimum. Find that target, find that kind of roles which you can sustain for that many. Because if you're switching every year, whatever you've learned, say in the very first year, you have not applied in a season, in actual life. You have just learned, you have done the theoretical knowledge. In all possibility, you might have done on-the-job training, but you have not individually spent or completed that action for what you have learned for the boot camp, during the boot camp of 3 to 6 months. So give that one complete cycle of you learning and then delivering on the project. And if after that it doesn't make sense, as an individual, yes, you can take that call of moving industries or moving companies and find your right purpose.
Super. Thanks, Rakesh. Tushar? So obviously, when we talk about stability, we sometimes we miss the point of emotional and mental well-being, because a lot of organizations are very good, great places to work also, but the stress level or the burnout is real, right? What's your thought on this, that or your advice to the people here that they should focus when they get into their first job, which can balance their mental and emotional stability as well?
I think you directed it to the right person.
Yes.
He has a rounded experience, including performance
Yes,
management.
I know. He's
So, see, for a person who is coming to the organization, I think the first well-being I will say is physical well-being, okay, and not the emotional, mental well-being. Obviously, that plays a very critical role, because when we come out of college and our comfort zone and in an organization, we tend up spending 9 hours while working. We tend to do a lot of market work, go in market, go to different states, not in our comfort zone. So if we talk about an individual, and a person gets good salary at the end of the day. A person having a good salary, a person is outside of the comfort zone. Many will be leaving their hometown and going to, those are in Delhi, for example, in IMI, those who are living in Delhi and might be shifted to Karnataka or anywhere part of the country or outside. They tend up losing out their health as a factor for delivering what we talk about purpose and the growth. For the first two things, we end up leaving our health as the first factor. And that becomes the most critical factor for you people in the early part of the career. So I believe focusing on that physical well-being, even though you have to spend a bit high, that is fine, guys. Your physical well-being, what type of food you are consuming, what type of sanitation you are staying, what type of PGs or places to stay you are taking, I think that becomes most important for you to take care of those aspects, because right now those aspects are already taken care of. Okay. The next part, what Nilab said, is emotional and mental well-being. Okay. See, every organization like us, also Dabur, we have a I think instrument in play where we have people to discuss and vent out their issues. Platforms are there where a person can come back and anonymously discuss their concerns, and obviously those things get resolved. There are anonymous ways of raising your points, and also not anonymous, but also you can come in front and talk about those things, aspects. So every organization like us in our Dabur as well, we have platforms to raise your concerns. We have an EAP program like many organizations where our management trainees can come back and talk with respective counselors to if they are feeling very overwhelmed with the situation. And the foremost, the most important person to help you with that is your that mentor, or you can say supervisor where you're working with, and an HR connect who is aligned to you for the first training period with you. Until and unless you are open to your problems, I think for the first purpose, I think for growth purpose, now we end up, I think, ignoring these facts. Let's do it. Let's keep on ignoring those for the growth purpose. Let's stretch out. We are stressed. We are not having food on time. We are not able to talk with our family members. We are constantly we are actually thinking about work because we are running behind growth in terms of promotion, salaries, or learnings, or everything we want. But in the beginning, I want to say your primary health comes first. Your emotional and mental well-being comes first, where you talk with people, talk your family, vent out, and obviously your organization will support you. Don't keep it with you. Please be open. That's the always in the beginning, I think what Rakesh said also. Be open, raise your points. If you think it's not right, raise it in front of it. What Nilab also mentioned, that there is nothing right or wrong. You are here to make a difference only. A new mindset, a new change of thought process will always come up. And raise that. I think that will definitely help you on the...
Absolutely.
I think, if you don't mind adding just one more statement, go prepared. In most of the cases, you have opportunities, enough time to prepare yourself when you're presenting in terms of interviews and campuses. Majority of the time, and very recently, I've been seeing students are attending in hundreds of numbers for a certain company's process. But when we ask very basic question, what business are we in? There was one dialogue which I remember, I don't know from which company. If you are able to understand the business or dhanda kahan se aata hai, where the company is making money, how are they making money? If you are able to understand that, no matter which role you're in, HR, marketing, operations, sales, or any role, you will do excellent because you know what business you're in, how the business is making money, who are our clients, and no matter which function of the firm you're in, you will be successful. And that motto has worked very well with me. Me being an HR professional, I just need to hire professionals, either experienced or lateral. I need not know where the money, if they are ending up making money or not with those professionals. But for me, the motto was that if I am able to understand that if this person is being hired, what he or she will end up doing, how are they going to make money for the firm, if you are able to understand, then you will know the problem statement of not hiring a right candidate versus hiring a okay candidate. So those learnings are very important, I would say. One is preparedness, and obviously where the money is coming from for the firm or the role what you're in.
Rightly said. Guys, one more perspective I also wanted to share. When you land up in first job, second job, any job, okay, raise your hand, ask for help. Right now, in your classes also, if you don't understand what is performance management system, what is a bell curve, what is a 9 blocker, you may ask your faculty member, can you explain it again? What is a high potential? You raise your hand. Just extrapolate it to the time when you get into an organization. If you are pained, if you feel that the environment is toxic, it may or may not impact you directly. If you see your colleagues are stressed out or burnt out because of a manager, maybe that manager is okay with you, but the manager is giving a hard time to someone. Maybe it's not your call of a duty, but it is always important to flag that out during conversations, that this particular person might be stressed. Maybe to your manager to one level up, to your HR, right? Because it's always important for you to flag these things out. Today it's not your problem, tomorrow it can be your problem. Unless until we nip it in the bud, it's just gonna be again and again someone somewhere is struggling with these kind of mentality. We have observed in my lot of organization, friends, everyone has been talking about these things time and again. So my request is raise your hand and ask for help. Okay. So moving on quickly, this will be a rapid fire kind of a stuff. Just give me one. Okay. So Rakesh, one mistake fresh MBA should absolutely avoid in their first job.
I think we have spoken enough. Don't run for compensation, run for opportunity, and relate the value system.
Tushar, one skill which MBA should build in next 12 months.
AI.
Super. So guys, I think we are done with respect to the discussion. I hope this is fruitful for you. Open for your pointers, your thought process. If anything you have, please shoot.
Again, who is the brave one who will ask the first question?
Yeah, we see some hands there.
Go ahead, please.
Hello. Right. Thank you, sir, for this session. It was really engaging. And my question would be, so there's a stark difference in the way millennials and Gen Z view the work environment. Gen Z is more aligned to social causes, inward and personal growth. And like Rakesh sir mentioned, quick to change jobs if the values of the company do not align with their own personal values. As an organization, that is not desirable. So how do you think companies should manage the expectations of the incoming workforce? And how should the incoming workforce adjust the degree to which their values will align to the company? Thank you.
So I think I have just one answer to all the added on questions. If you're able to find that respect, if you are able to give the respect and receive respect from the company, I think you're still in a good place to continue. I hope that answers your question.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we see one hand there.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, sir. Thank you for the session. I think it was really insightful, and I could highly relate to it. My question would be as you said, values and the culture, even the purpose is the most important thing when you join an organization. My question to you is how can you identify if a company is relating to your value system or the purpose the organization is following is relatable to you? How can we identify when we are going to the market?
Okay. So I think Tushar, you can also add in, but something which I already mentioned, you'll not be able to relate to all their core values or value systems. You have to pick up one of them which is relating to you. For me, it was collaboration and leadership when I joined my previous firms and currently with GT. Identify that one value system, and for you it would be, for example, agility, that I'm more flexible to learn a lot of aspects of my role and not just one kind of my role. So pick up that and see how you can align that with your new company or the prospective companies you are looking at working for, and then work towards it. You'll never have all 5-6 core values getting aligned to your value systems ever. It's very rare, very, very rare. And those are the ones who will stay back in the firm for 20-30 years and grow up the ladder as well. So I think that's, and maybe Tushar feels.
I think rightly said. I think, for example, obviously you should not do, but if you want to earn quick money, jumping ships, going to startups and taking more risks become more important. If you want to actually learn and make a stable career and avoid taking risks, there are sectors where you can definitely apply, where every growth comes after a certain years itself. And not totally relate with performance as well sometimes. Having said that, there are organizations which provide aggressive growths while bringing stability and compensation growth perspective in a certain balance. So it's up to any individual what value system, what Rakesh said, what values and what purpose they want to drive in the coming 3 years or 4 years, and then choose well. I think what I feel is, I think a balance of all three becomes most important, and not 33%. It's upon individual what they value a bit more, what they value a bit less, and how they are able to choose and decide on it. The most important is you are aware what you want, and secondly, how you are able to assess an organization. And that becomes most important, and assessment comes through just speaking with people, knowing connects, interacting with them, having exposure with projects. That is the only way how you can get exposed to these aspects, and it takes time to sink it. It is not that in 1 month or 115 days you will get to know the organization. You might be aware, you get to know the job even in 15 days. So get to know the manager, the culture and the behavior, at least 3 to 6 months is required. So that's my thought.
Agree.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ria. First of all, I'd like to extend a thank you for this insightful session and also for touching on topics like purpose, growth, stability, and skill building. So I have a question that dwells further into the skill building aspect of the discussion. So I wanted to know what are some common gaps you see in fresh graduates when they transition into corporate roles, and how can we start addressing them during our time here as students?
I will start. I think you can add on.
Yeah.
See, we as an organization, if we talk about Dabur, I think every organization has an aspiration that a person will come, will groom for 5-6 months, and the person is up and running, and they start delivering. They start delivering with my experienced person who are 2 to 3 years, and that will not happen. And obviously, there is an expectation mismatch, and XYZ things happens. So that's not with our organization. I think that's with every organization which comes with that thought process. Having said that, I think the most important thing which we feel as an organization and while recruiting people is that mindset. A person's mindset, how prepared is the person's prepared for taking challenges, taking new risks in life, and have that perseverance in them to deliver becomes most important for us. Our organization, FMCG, very high rigor, very performance-driven organization, multiplier rewards on performance. So an organization which thrills on performance and wants people who take risks, take challenges, and be open, be upfront, and come and raise our problems and raise that where we are going wrong. I think we are looking for those people. And if we are not able to get those skills in the first 6 months in individual, that both individual and the organization suffer. So we are looking for people like these aspects in my and obviously our job is to train you people. But there are some attitudes which are inherent, which cannot be modified. So if it is not there, so that purpose will obviously be mismatch. So that something has to be taken care.
Just to add on to the skill gap, there are everybody goes through the same syllabus, same teachers, same lectures. What is that one thing make each one of you different is what you need to identify. I mean, you don't have to tell us or your lectures or facilitators. Now that skill, what we as a recruiter or the companies who are coming in, we are seeing that difference between the batch of say 20. Why are we not hiring all 20 when we come to interview all 20? What we largely see is apart from the academic excellence, we see agility, who is more flexible on taking up opportunities or roles. A lot of them say that I just want to do one kind of a role, but the company might not have multiple opportunities, but there are similar opportunities where 50% you will do this and the other 50% you might want to get trained. Are you open for that? So that flexibility, aptitude, attitude towards learning, attitude towards cross skilling, and how flexible are you in getting into opportunities which the firm would want to invest in you. So I think those are the aspects which we come to campus and look at, apart from the name, brand, and whatever you have come up with in terms of your internship projects or otherwise.
I would just like to add one line, okay? Stay hungry for learning. Right now, you guys are asking that what we should do now, right? Stay hungry about whatever in terms of your field you're doing. See what is happening around. Right now is the time where you build this thought process. When you get into your professional world, there will be a lot of workload which will come to you from day one, right? So this is the time where you should prep yourself. See what's happening in other organization of your liking. Okay, don't cut corners. Don't try to take shortcuts. Yeah, there are shortcuts for something which are very transactional. That's fine. We should take those shortcuts. But in order to build some skill, don't cut corners. Okay. At this point of time, if you get a chance to work on live projects, raise up your hand, go ahead and do that. Go to Internshala, apply there, take live project irrespective the college is giving you that opportunity or not. This is your life, this is your career. Okay. I wanted to tell you that purpose gives you direction, growth gives you momentum, and stability gives you strength. Your first job is a launch pad. It is not the destination. It might be a destination, but it is not the destination for many. So stay hungry, build on that intent with which you are getting into the corporate world. Thank you.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, for making this session so interactive. I'm sure that such an in-depth discussion has left all of us with kindling thoughts on the importance of what MBA should value in their first job. The insights shared today have the potential to reshape our understanding and approach. Now I would request Nilab sir to felicitate our panelists with a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Mr. Rakesh Jain sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Tushar Nip sir. I would also request Dhruv, our senior team member, to felicitate Nilab sir.
If you get a chance, look at this series called Upskilling. I know most of you are pursuing MBA, but it's a good opportunity. A lot of new learning, at least I have seen, and it will help you. It's on MX Player, Amazon.
Guys, one last thing before we leave. So very interestingly, I don't know why life has created this circle. I have written a book, okay? That book name is Newbie to Navigator. And it is specially, I thought through and I wrote it for people who are entering a professional world, right from the onset. I'll give this book to the library so that if anyone gets chance, they can read. It's also on Amazon, okay? So the book name is Newbie to Navigator. So which gives you a perspective right from the speculations time when you have not entered the organization till the time when you should decide to move out. So that's I wanted to share.
Please remain seated. We'll now be having a short break for 5 minutes, following which the panel 4 shall commence from 3:05 p.m. You guys will be told when to leave. Please remain seated. Also, please take your notepads with you.
58, HR 63, anybody else?
Everyone, listen to the instructions carefully. You have notepads with you, use them to take notes. Take them along with you while leaving the session. Please do not use your cell phones at all. Keep them on silent and put them in your bags or your pockets. Do not keep it on the table. Do not lodge, do not slouch, do not sleep on the session, please. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aryan Goyal, member of the Executive Education Committee, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our fourth panel of the day, Driving Innovations Through Diversity, why inclusive hiring is a strategic advantage. In today's dynamic business landscape, inclusive hiring is no longer just about fairness, it is about future readiness. When diverse voices come together, organizations gain richer perspective, stronger ideas, and more resilient teams. Inclusive workplaces not only foster creativity but also mirror the markets they serve, making them more adaptable, innovative, and impactful. To guide this meaningful conversation, we are honored to welcome our moderator, Mr. Sajal Sachdeva, General Manager, Total Rewards at Abdul Latif Jameel, and a proud alumnus of IMI Delhi. With over 15 years of international HR leadership experience across Indian, European, Middle Eastern, and American multinationals, he has built deep expertise in total rewards, organization development, change management, and MA due diligence. A recipient of prestigious accolades such as Economic Times Human Capital Award and the NHRD People Excellence Award, Mr. Sachdeva is widely recognized for driving global people strategies, fostering inclusion, and aligning talent with business excellence. We are truly privileged to have you with us today, sir, and look forward to an engaging and insightful discussion. I request everyone to welcome Mr. Sajal with a huge round of applause. The esteemed speakers for this panels are Ms. Ragini Srivastav, Head of Talent Acquisition at Birla Opus Paints, with over 19 years of experience across consumer, technology, consulting, finance, and production industries. She has previously led major transformation at Jio, Dream11, Capgemini, and Persistent Systems, and now drives future-focused talent strategy at Aditya Birla Group. Recognized for her expertise in leadership development, DEI, CXO level hiring, Ms. Srivastava is known for combining data-driven decision-making with empathetic leadership to align people and culture with business growth. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Ragini Srivastava with a huge round of applause. Now I would like to welcome Ms. Shweta Parekh, Head of HR at Flentus, a passionate and accomplished HR professional with over 14 years of experience across the entire HR spectrum. Her expertise spans in talent management, talent acquisition, employee engagement, and employee branding, with a strong focus on building dynamic, collaborative, and agile workplace cultures. Driven by her passion for people development, Ms. Parekh is committed to help individuals realize their potential and bring out their best version of themselves, while aligning HR practices with organizational growth. I request you all to welcome Ms. Shweta Parekh with a huge round of applause. It is my honor to welcome Ms. Rizwana Sheikh, Chief Human Resource Officer at ACME Housing. With over a decade of rich and diverse experience, she has previously served as Head of HR and continues as an Executive Advisor to the CMD at ACME Group of Companies, Star TV, and Whistling Woods International. A strategic HR leader and digital transformation advocate, she has been instrumental in aligning people's strategy with business goals, building future-ready organizations, and championing a culture of innovation and excellence. Her expertise spans in HR, IT strategy, and executive advisory, enabling leadership to make data-driven, people-centric decisions that unlock the full potential of individuals and organizations. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Rizwana Sheikh. Now I would request Mr. Sajal to take this discussion forward.
Thank you. Okay, last session for the day. Huh? I think many of you would be feeling like, okay, let's get this done with, but also on a Saturday evening, yeah, that too. But clearly I'm outnumbered here, right? So, but don't worry, we'll be light on me, and I'll be. So it's a kind of a mutual negotiation between us that you'll be light on me and I'll not throw curveballs. Okay, so I think this is an interesting topic. When you talk about diversity in hiring, there's a lot of organizations who have a lot of legacy to carry forward. And typically, when we come out of an Indian context, there is always a pressure from the management or pressure from the organization to fulfill the needs of the organization first and think about these requests later. And maybe we are here to bust those myths, because I'm sure these wonderful professionals that are sitting here, they have a wisdom to share with you what really exactly on ground happens, and that too from three different type of industries perspective. When you have real estate, of course, having a legacy challenge. Always real estate is someone has been considered, and my apologies, has been considered a very male-driven organization. But I'm 100% sure things are changing.
Totally agree.
And that is somewhere, I would want your input. How things are changing in your organization? How are you bringing on the concept of diversity? And starting from how are you defining diversity to your organization's leadership first?
Okay, so thank you, Sajal. Hi, good evening, future leaders. So, hello? Yeah, good evening, future leaders. Okay, so thank you, Sajal. It's a wonderful question. As for me, diversity is refers to, practicing different talent from various groups. It's like across the age, inability, differently able people. You name it economically or social status, or you name it from a different culture or geographic places. So diversity is collecting everyone and getting a talent from them. So in real estate, there's everybody knows about it. Real estate is a family-driven business. So they are very rigid and particular about hiring. Hiring is they don't believe in diversity hiring. They believe in through references, or someone who has referred or something like that, or someone from your family like kaka, mama, masa, fuwa, fupi. They become a leader. That's actually a very sad thing, I must say, but then that is how it is. So they be it they have a leadership quality or not, but we in real estate have a habit of hiring people from leaders from family itself. So of lately now, post-COVID, there are a lot of changes in real estate industry. There are a lot of diversification happening. There are a lot of other things, other tools of hiring like AI coming into picture. So a lot of things happening. A lot of changes are happening. So that way we are, coming up with this solution to diversity,
Okay.
So that's all.
Interesting, you brought up the topic of AI, and that leads me to my next speaker. We are, in an age where maybe the technological advancement is far at a pace than the skill advancement of individuals. That is forgiven, and of course, that is the requirement these days. But as an organization, as a tech-based organization, first of all, how do you ensure that this diversity is well understood? What kind of messages do you give to your organization that this is what I mean by diversity and this is what we want to bring into the organization as diversity?
Okay, so first of all, thank you, IMI, for a warm welcome. And I know I can see the faces, every one of you. You're thinking this is the last session, and then, how soon we wrap up. So don't worry, we'll make it interactive. All right. Now, coming back to IT, so 10 years back, if you remember, the way diversity used to be, or how the HR used to think of diversity was just a checkbox. And even we used to think it's a gender-based hiring or geographies, hiring from same localities, same colleges and all. But then now, over the time, and then with the evolvement of AI and then cloud-based, now the diversity is no longer just a checkbox. So it has evolved. Now it is a cognitive diversity, it is a neurodiversity, it is an experiential diversity. So we no longer just do a hiring on the basis of the pedigree, I would say, but then it's more of skill-based. and that's exactly what the hiring is. So no tick box, no just what is the skills or what are the what let's say you are into B, you're doing a degree which is 4-year degree, but then we don't hire on the basis of your curriculum or what you have done, what additional skills you're bringing to the table. That's exactly what the hiring, and that exactly we require in an organization. Because now you must have seen, like, the Gen AI, let's say Gen AI specialist, you would not find a course as of now wherein there is a 4-year course completely into Gen AI. So that's exactly what diverse hiring is all about, and diversity is for us in the tech.
Wonderful. I think as the word is diverse, we are also going to get deep into what really it means. But from a tech based to a diversified organization now, and this question is to you. I'm sure multiple organizations, multiple needs, and you sit out of corporate office, right? So you are like at the fulcrum of all challenges, all curveballs thrown at you. And what do you mean by diversity when you explain to different CEOs across different entities? And what are their replies back to you saying, okay, I don't agree with you at all on this factor?
Thank you so much for question. And people, we are on Saturday evening and talking on some deep discussion like diversity, right? When you work in a setup like Aditya Birla or any of the large setup, right, which is larger than life even to think when you operate, right? Sometimes you forget your business name. Sometimes you forget people name because it's hard to remember 1.4 lakhs of people name, right? But how an organization like us bring diversity, it's not something which is a representation, it's a resilience. Like you are resilient enough to bring diversity, and it has to have a meaningful impact. It should not be like that, like, hey, you know what, we are 20% of diverse organization. I mean, and it has nothing to do with business goal, then it goes nowhere. So the resilience to bring the right talent, despite of your gender, race, caste, color, or anywhere, right? It brings that heterogeneous culture in the organization. That's absolutely very, very important for us. An organization like us, where we are representing ourselves more than 56 countries and more than 100 of different people, different culture people join us. So it's important to bring everything together instead of just focusing on one or two things, that we're going to take gender diversity or we're going to take people who are specially abled or people who come from certain background, because resilience is equally important for us to bring in on table.
Thank you. I think that's an important topic point. And diversity, as she mentioned, it's not just gender diversity. You talk about race, ethnicity, you talk about social backgrounds, you talk about multiple cultures, countries. I mean, in my organization, I know we are also similar to, not in terms of operations, but certainly in terms of diverse nature. We are 50+ countries spread across the world, and having multiple leadership at all levels. Some accept diversity, some have let's just call it biases and not any further differentiator words. But then there are challenges that you receive when you come from these organizations. So from a culture perspective, how do you, and this question will be through all three of you, but how do you, starting with you, how do you really build that culture, starting with the leaders? I mean, how do you engage them to really understand that this is actually important, this is adding strategic value to the organization?
So, of course, at leadership level, I won't say biasness, let me use a better word, apprehensions to consider, diversity across, one of the leader in one of my previous organization was apprehension to take somebody from X state, right? Forget about the gender part, right? And that person wanted talent only from Y state, because that person was from Y state, right? Then I asked that this person will go to the market, you're in X state, how that person going to represent and talk local language? This impacts your business, right? So the moment when you want to present something which is diversity, you need to have business data. I mean, just again, don't do representation saying, oh my God, we are 30% of diverse organization, and not doing business, it doesn't make sense to any organization. So when you are building a diverse culture, please note that your business data has to be spot on, that why you need certain gender for certain role,
why you need certain people with certain language background for some certain role or location. So that becomes very important. They have apprehension, but you got to push hard. That's how it works.
It is a challenge to mitigate those apprehensions. And coming to you now, there are when you talk about certain places, certain organizations, they have those regional requirements. I
Yes,
mean,
yes,
real
yes.
estate is one
Yeah,
where I
of
will
course.
always
The language
give
is
a-
the
it
yeah.
is
Sales
a-
people should be from the region.
should be from the
Yeah,
region. So,
yeah.
so how do you counterbalance the challenge? How do you really explain to your hiring managers?
Yeah, I tell my leaders and hiring managers that language is not a barrier. If you want to sell something, you can sell ice in Kashmir also. You should have that skill. So skill is important. So that is how I explain them that you need to understand if the person is having the skill, why not go for it? Why to limit the innovation, ideas and innovations and all that? So just open your mind, explore yourself, find out the skills. If the person has the skills, don't be so biased for them while hiring. So that's how it is.
So I think skill is something which is coming out very common as a theme across the three speakers. You alluded to this in the beginning as well. Skill-based hiring is what you do, but IT is also required to do a speed to hire as well. That it cannot perpetually wait for a person to join in, and at that pressure, if you add an added pressure of boss, I need to hire a diversified or diverse candidate. How do you think the manager accepts that as a prerogative, or does he actually react, or do you actually do not do that and let it be open and flexible and let the skills talk the language?
No, we do that. In fact, even within the organization as well, what we do is because, talent is, there's always a talent war, to be honest, right? So not every time you get the talent in the market. So even within the organization as well, what we do is we ensure that every employee and everyone in the organization understands that they need to upskill themselves and have a T-shaped skill set. So when I say T-shaped skill set, so it's like your vertical in T. Vertical is where you have a broader expertise into one particular area. And then the horizontal, so in T, that's where you have the exposure to various other areas. So you need to know, let's say you are good in development, you also need to understand that you have to have the com skills. You need to understand the business analysts. You need to have certain kind of QA and all. So the T-shaped skill hiring is what we encourage, and that's exactly what even manager understands. Because at times, even if you work for a longer time, let's say for 3-5 years, it becomes monotonous for you. So you need to, even for employees also, having exposure to various other skills is required, and that's how So it all starts within the organization, and then when you know that at every time you cannot get the talent from outside, so you have to start from within, and then that's how even managers start looking out for the same kind of skill sets from the outside candidates as well. So in fact, during interview, we just don't look at what have you done during your projects, what additional work, freelancing work, how have you been, exposed to different projects, different skill sets, what new thing you have done in your, in your 4 year span, 2 year span, whatever your curriculum is there, or even for the, the experienced individuals as well. So that's where we consider.
I think it is an important thing to notice here in terms of skill-based learning and opportunities being provided, irrespective of any diverse background. I mean, that's something which you obviously would want your all employers to be privy to. Coming to you, I mean, in terms of how, when you have, let's say, I mean, we're talking about, of course, inclusive hiring, but a major portion of this would be to retain whatever inclusivity you have brought in. And how do you ensure that, there are equitable opportunities available within an organization? I'm not talking about just bringing in the person in with the concept of diversity, but how do you ensure there is opportunities that are available, especially to those people? I'm sure we all would know who are being hired at what categories, and therefore is there a focus from first question, is there a focus really to earmark such people? And then yes, if yes, then what are the kind of opportunities that you provide to ensure that they are retained in the organization?
So, if we talk about specific, let's say gender diversity, right? Especially in Aditya Birla, we have few plants where more than 60% of talent force is female, and special category people. 60%. There are plants.
Sorry to interrupt. This is actually one benchmark that deserves a LinkedIn kind of a
No,
post.
I have many. I have many to take.
Yeah.
Trust me, right? But what happened when you have such kind of talent power in the system? You have no option not to be biased, right? You're exposed enough not to be biased, right? It's very important to bring in transparency in the culture, role in time movement. I was talking to Amit today, like how we are very much empowered to do role in time. I give my example, before Aditya Birla, I worked with most of the tech organization like Geo, Dream11, Capgemini, and couple of more, right? And now I'm doing something which has nothing to do with tech, guys. Like somebody who was doing the wipe check on AI, now just delusional about all these factories and plant, right? But what happened when you come in such setup and you work hard? That transparency organization has to maintain, and there are few policies which we follow very rigorously, despite of you coming from whichsoever background and whichsoever gender category, caste or color. So the organization has a push mechanism, right? That there is a organized way to do appraisals, right? Organized way to do talent growth. So a couple of things we push, and it is very, very transparent as an organization level. So if I'm giving an example, if somebody is working from 3-4 years and being a performer for, let's say, 3 years directly, if that person is not getting promoted or not getting the opportunity, then the question will be raised to the manager. Like, why? Because if everything is getting ticked, then why not? So in Aditya Birla, we have something called vibe check. In every 2 years, we do vibe check, and every manager gets a vibe check report. If your vibe is red, God, you got to catch up on some meetings.
Talking about vibe.
Yes, that's the name, right? They call it vibe check. And somebody, let's say I have a team of 30, right? And 30 people gonna give my vibe report. If I am on red, oh my God, guys, I got to catch up then. Right? If you're green, then it talks a lot about your leadership style, equal opportunity you give, right? If you're orange, then they put you as a manager in some training program to improve your leadership skill based on the vibe check record. And it happens every 2 years. Once in every 2 years, it's across at a group level we do. So that's how we ensure transparency is there, equal opportunities there, because there is a push from top, right? So such things has to be tops down, not bottoms up.
So I think you mentioned this very importantly. I think leadership plays a vital role, and I want to understand from Rizwan your perspective. How does your leaders perceive, diversity and inclusion as a subject in the organization?
Okay, so see, for me, diversity is what, diversity is refers to, you've been called to the meeting. And inclusion is like you've been heard at the meeting. So the presence of both, the innovations only happens when both are present. So that those things goes in hand. So you need to make sure that, okay, fine, diversity, you're believing in hiring or diversity hiring. But same thing, inclusion is also important. In real estate, there's very less this thing of, people don't leave the organization. They stick to the organization. They're in love with their bosses. They're in love with the culture which the real estate industry has. So nobody, like, there's very less challenges about inclusion or thinking about retention or something like that, or holding the employee or something like that, because they're in love with their work, they're in love with their bosses, they like the culture, it's like cool industry otherwise. So
the vibe check is green for you.
Yeah. Actually, it is always.
So, I mean, coming to an industry which has changed, a dramatic change, especially after COVID, technology has suddenly become like the next thing. I mean, AI is replacing. So obviously you come with a background that, or with the apprehension, first of all, with the fact that AI is going to replace many jobs. then you come on the boardroom and say, hey, I'm going to bring in a diverse candidate. I want to, explore other states. I want to do this. I want to additional put, let's say, people of, special abilities. All these things come into the purview of diversity. So when you do that with an added baggage of an AI coming into fold, how do you then convince the manager, okay, no, please, still this is my agenda you need to follow, or you just give up?
So, see, it all starts at the discussions which we have at the boardroom as well, and then how the culture is. Okay, so I would connect it back to the culture, because to be honest, like culture is never, taught. It's always caught, right? So now what happens is when you have the same set of people, you have same, again, same geographies, same localities, same, even if for the hiring perspective, if you hire from the same cities as well, so you don't get that new perspectives, or even, you need to have the diverse teams. So what we do is, even during, so in our organization, Plentus, what we have is, it's a no-door policy. In my previous company, it was open-door policy. So wherein, during the town halls and all, every person is open to bring in their own ideas. And then that's how, so once you open such kind of avenues, and when even the management, even leaders, they hear that, okay, people do have certain points or certain ideas which can really be implemented, and when tried and tested, they have been proven. So of course, then you don't have to even convince, because that just works.
Culture is indeed, I read somewhere, culture is indeed the Wi-Fi. You see it around, you feel it, but you can't obviously see Wi-Fi, but it is there. You can, of course, switch off a Wi-Fi, but culture here is the moving factor for an organization. But now we've explored why diversity is important, why inclusion is important in hiring. Let's look at live examples of how do we do it. Let's look at real practical examples each, if you would want to share from your organization, or a special, proud moment that you feel as an organization. And each one of you, please share one each example, sharing, this is what I'm proud of need not be what you've done it, but as an organization, this is what we've achieved in the realm of diversity and inclusion.
I'll take the first one, right? So I am part of one of the Aditya Birla new startup called Birla Opus, right? They are into paints. So in 1.5 years, we have almost, we call it commission, means the plants are live, right? The factories are live. So we commissioned 6 factories. Within 1 year, we were having this number in our mind that we should look at diversity, because the location where our factories are, like, you must have not heard the name, like Chamrajnagar, Chayar, you don't know, these are in India, right? Not in Sri Lanka, correct? So such location, there was a mandate to bring, where when I called, I called a candidate and I spoke to her. She was a diploma engineer from some college from the region. And I asked her, you want a job? And I was taking her interview. She was very good, extremely talented. She said, my parents won't allow to take this job, because the salary which you're paying, it's higher than the person whom I'm getting married. Okay, so their parents were not allowing her just because of that reason. Then I called her parents. Then I spoke to the parents, right? And it's so hard to convince in such situation. You go to tech companies, you go to FMCG, or consumer durable, you talk English, you get English. Here you're talking English, you're getting Kannada or something which you have no idea this language ever existed on this planet, right? And then you have to solve these problems which are not even existing for people like us. We think, organization mein to 10% hi hai. ये नहीं सोचते हैं why it is 10%, right? What are geo-economics that organization is into, correct? So this is one example, right? I met Anganwadi. I'm not sure how many of you know Anganwadi, what it is, right? These are like small district where it is a semi-government kind of institute which are driven by women, and local women you get for local jobs. And you go and you talk to them. They will tell, my husband beats me because I come back home at 6 p.m. And that woman is getting money and getting beaten at home also. Now how are you going to convince her to work with you? How are you going convince the family to work with you. It's hard. So we crack such problems, not just doing a walk-in and getting people on board. So I always take a pride solving such problem because these are hard problems. So I choose the hard one.
Very nice. I think good learnings here for everyone. I mean, everyone, and I mean, I'm not sure how, what aspirations everyone has, but these are life challenges that we face as an organization, as an HR professional. So just out of curiosity, out of topic, but what did you do when the parent said, this person will not get,
Of
because
course,
the salary is higher than the
100%.
prospective
Yes,
groom?
yes. Now then I got somebody who's working in factory, a male candidate. All right. I asked him to talk to her parents.
Is it?
Yes.
So you
Then
so you did a marriage bureau thing, yeah? Or
No, not
no.
marriage bureau thing,
Oh.
right? Then the person spoke to her parents in their local language to make them understand your daughter gonna bring more money. You find a better guy, right? Like not this guy who's making X amount. You
Still marriage counseling. Yeah?
marriage counseling basically. So there was a breakup because of me between the pre-engaged engagement.
Oh,
So, yeah.
that's nice. How about yourself? What examples you would want to share to the audience that what your organization has done, or not just your organization, maybe past as well, if you would like to share with everyone.
So, I mean, you know, I think almost all the organizations. So it's very common, you know, the moment you get the resumes, if you see, okay, someone is from your city, you tend to have the soft corner. Okay, you might have seen that. That always happens. Or maybe someone from your own college, okay, or maybe from your city as well. So even we used to face such kind of things, and then, you know, why others are not getting opportunity, because if you have got that soft corner, comfort zone, because you already know that people from your college, your city, your team, your past organization tend to have more, you know, I mean, you have more understanding, you have worked, so kind of, you know, the comfort zone you will have. So you would prefer to hire or select the candidates. So then what we did is we came with a concept called blind resume, wherein you know, we never used to share the personal details with the hiring managers. So the same we do it. So we you know, send there is a specific format of the resumes in service-based organization. What happens is whenever a client interview happens, so you tend to have a template. You don't share the company name or the personal details, but then only about the skill sets, about the project that you have done, you share those details, not the name and all. The same concept we applied. So that's how, you know, we removed the bias of having the selective hiring and then had this. Another thing is the engagement thing. So pulse surveys, engagement. So when you have a diverse team, so you need to include everyone. So you celebrate festivals together. You know, you might just have a celebration during Diwali. Why not have the same kind of celebration during Eid as well? So that's again a thing, and then that again follows in all the organizations.
Very nice. I think I'm also taking notes so we can replicate. But how about yourself? I mean, there are I'm sure numerous examples, especially in the last few years. The real estate itself has gone into such a boom as an industry in itself, because you know, the marketability and the business side of things is ever expanding in real estate. There is demand. There is a lot of demand, especially in India, and I'm sure abroad as well. But for India, but how do you share some examples of life?
Actually, I totally agree with Shweta and Ragini. What they said is like 100%. I also face those problems. But I'll give another example. Like there was an hiring for an architect, and for an architect, language is not a barrier. You know, they have to just work in the system, AutoCAD, 3D Max, Google Sheet, and all that. So they don't need language to be conveyed or something like that. Their work conveys, right? So one of the manager, the leader, was like telling me like the candidate doesn't know English and all that. So I would need somebody who's not from vernacular medium, somebody who's like from convent school and all. So I made I explained him that you don't need to have somebody from a convent school as an architect. You don't need that skill. What she's going to do is make plans and drawings and all that. For that, you don't need somebody. If you want to present something to bosses or promoters or client or somebody else, you yourself can explain, right? And she can show it on the projector. So you don't need that skill. well. They don't need that. Language is not barrier there. So that's how like that there are many challenges in real estate. But I don't want to narrate all of them. I think so it will take 2-3 hours and hours. So let me just short it with one example.
No, nice to hear. I think these language barriers, these challenge. I like to share also an example. I mean, in my past experience, I was part of a tire manufacturing company and core manufacturing company, and I used to manage GET hirings as well. That was 2012-13. So 2 batches GETs I had. So we went to Chennai, did our batches, interviews. Everything was well planned. There was a candidate. She appeared for an interview in a burqa. Okay. Now, of course, I mean, we respect all religions. We respect there is no gender bias here, or there is no religious bias here. But the work done at the manufacturing site for which the candidate was supposed to be hired, this would have been a major risk, safety risk. So what we did, I mean, this is a live example, and what we did, we took the GTs, because we knew this is a sensitive topic. We cannot outrightly say, we took them for a plant tour. Yeah. And then we sat with the lady, and we explained to her that, this is the situation. She said, sir, give me 2 days. So 2 days, in the sense, the next final round was in 2 days. She said, if I'm shortlisted, I can, So she dressed in Indian attire 2 days. She got selected. She brought her family as well to, ensure that I am in a safe environment where I can do. Although I've left that company long back, but 3 years ago I received a message from her that, sir, I'm in Hungary now. I'm placed in the Hungary plant. So that is one success story that I truly treasure, and she's already in touch with me. So of course that's one case, but I think good to hear from your perspectives as well. I think we spoke a lot about what measurables are there, and this is an open question to any of you. Do you have so I also deal with a lot of international perspectives, and there are some metrics which are defined, especially in Western world, especially in Europe, for example. There are mandatory clauses that you need to maintain to ensure there is equity. So I, for one, because I was a part of the total rewards team, I used to ensure there is gender pay which is fair. So fair pay concept is a large at loom in other parts of the world. But is there any matrix that you have within your organization? India is not a very, they have not defined as such any such matrix, but of course there is equal opportunity, there is equal pay, all those clauses exist, but then all those laws exist, but specifically for diversity there is no such thing. But is there any matrix that you, or a kind of measurable item that you find that exist in any of your organizations?
Yes, so for us, we do follow because in our organization is very important to ensure your pay and your designation has to be according to your experience and the talent you bring in on board, right? There are times where you will see somebody who is at 20 years of experience may not be at par, and somebody who is 12 years of experience may be equally smart and doing the work, right? So we ensure, because again, it's a pretty transparent organization and we are spread across the world. We have offices in US and UAE, so on and so forth, especially if you know that in US you have this army background. It's a mandate. It's a mandate, right? Ex-army men or women, it's a mandate by government to take it. So few things which are mandate, we ensure as an organization has been taken care. Few things which needs to take offline, we ensure the data transparency is there within the team, because people talk to each other, right? So we ensure those kind of culture is not getting onboarded, and data is always transparent with the board. So that's how we manage.
Now, of course, matrix aside, data aside, usually when you talk about hiring, there is never really a focus on ROIs. But now this is maybe a curveball to you, but how do you measure ROI in diversity or inclusive hiring? Is there a mechanism? And this is not respective to any organization that you belong to. It is from scratching your mind, just trying to figure out if there is a specific ROI that you think can be brought to table, which can be considered as a measurable, so that you can proudly go back and say, okay, we've done this and we've achieved this. And that becomes like a talking point and a case study how to really sell your diversity plans in future.
Yeah, sure. So as I told you, one of our plant is having maximum gender diversity, right, in Aditya Birla. There we see retention is higher. Attrition is lower, right? So when your retention is high, attrition is low, your production will be high, right? And that's how, it multiplies to, it has a chain effect, right? Production high, then your sales high, then your revenue highs. So this is a live example which I have seen here, where retention is high and it helps to actually bring in and stabilize the ROI. That's very important. The moment you're having high attrition, you are just getting into the cycle and loop, just hiring and rehiring the talent.
Sorry, please.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In our case, so we have this value addition as one of the KRA, a generic KRA. So that's how we tend to measure, and then we tend to understand that what value addition are you adding apart from whatever is expected out of your work. So let's say role specific KRAs are there, individual KRAs are there, but then in generic, just the way we have the core values, what over and beyond have you done when you got an opportunity? So let's say you bring in fresh perspectives, you have thrown an idea during the town hall and all, but then have you gone ahead, have you implemented that, have you worked towards it? So that value addition thing is what we do. And
same thing in our organization also, value addition. That's only the ROI.
Very nice. I think we've also, the industry also publishes such reports, and I was reading one article which says that diverse management teams generate 90% higher revenue. And of course, the clauses that alluded there was innovation and inclusivity and diverse experiences. But when we talk about now a level above in terms of now, of course, we've seen how to do diversity, or at least push for diversity in the organization. How about leadership levels? Where do you see diversity and inclusion coming within the leadership levels of the various organizations that you are? Do you see a push being made really to have a diverse background, or do you still have some kind of apprehensions, again using the same word, and not bias?
So I think at leadership level, this needs an improvement, right? It needs to improve across the organization, all the industries, everywhere. There has to be a push from the system, not from the leadership, right? The system has to say yes to actually have some preferences towards diversity, not only gender, right? It's not only gender. To bring in that heterogeneous mindset. At the beginning, I said that it's very important to bring that. And what happens sometimes, I see that in leadership level, there are people, let's say, all from Infosys. CFO bhi hoga Infosys ka, I'm just giving an example, right? CEO, everybody. And then there is another, they are creating the similar kind of organization, right? Even at mid-level, I see. Same, she worked with me previously, I'm going to bring her now.
So
Another.
their own team.
Another organization.
In real estate also,
Exactly.
if the sales head is there, he'll get his team.
One
because he's
person
very
is-
comfortable with his team.
Exactly.
He doesn't want to adjust with any other.
so then
It's
again,
a chain
the
effect.
entire team.
So it's not only at a leadership level. I always say that if you want to do some changes, start doing modification, because changes are not acceptable by anyone. If you do modification, that will get accepted. So I think we need to modify, not change. Don't bring change. Overrated hai ye. You should always modify, not change.
Modify.
It is
Don't
easily
change.
acceptable.
Change they will not accept. It is not acceptable. If you say somebody, you change yourself or you change your mindset, they will not accept it. If you say, just modify, just improve a little bit, so they'll accept it.
We've already, there's a biggest case study, or not really case study, a live examples of when you look at consulting. One partner moves, it takes the entire team together as a whole that this is my team.
Yeah, and sales.
And that's the negotiation which happens from the other consulting side. Okay, my salary is going to be this, but I'm going to bring 20 others. Chain effect. Okay, now I'm conscious of time. I've been reminded. It's a Saturday, yes. But I want to bring a divergent view as well. Not a divergent view, but a thought to deliberate. Are we overemphasizing diversity? Of course, the topic is diversity, but as a concept in industry, are we really, or is there a bridge between diversity and meritocracy that that doesn't lead to a compromise in meritocracy? So I know Saturday, but
yeah, I think sometimes we do overemphasize. Depends what your KRAs are, right? Sometimes we don't because business, they don't care. So I think the situation, again, depends on situation when you overemphasize and when you don't. But we talk a lot about diversity. Correct. So it's important. That's why we are talking. And diversity should not means again apprehensions or biasness or preferences towards selecting a candidate. It should be absolutely on merit. I am fine. 100% of talent is coming from X gender, race, caste, or color. But I am not fine if the person has no merit. I'm not going to do anything justice to that because that person won't grow. Then what I'm going to do with that person? I mean, it's injustice to the talent. So this is my view on this.
I think the more you talk about, the more fatigue sets in an organization, and the more apprehension people develop, because humans have tendency to always oppose something which is pushed to them. So it's always better to, as many of you said, that blend into, let it moderate out, let it slowly sink in. With that thought, I'll open the floor for questions. If
Hi. Hello. Yeah. Hi. Hello. Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon, all. So glad to see you all, first of all, and thank you for being here. My question would be specifically with Ragini ma'am. As you have mentioned, ma'am, you have been hiring with the CXO levels as well. Meanwhile, all MBA folks down the line would be actually seeking for the top CEO positions, CMO positions, CFO positions. Apart from the technical skills, ma'am, what are the major core values, mindset, and the other, mindset that actually hiring team looks into some of the top leadership positions? So that meanwhile, from the day one, we should be preparing ourselves.
Okay, so my name is Ragini, not ma'am. Okay, let's start there. All right. Now, apart from having skill, तुम काम कितना करना चाहते हो वो भी depend करता है. Okay. If you want to grow, your passion towards your growth is equally important for me. How you are managing people. Managing people doesn't mean that you have a team. Managing your, pantry guy maybe, or to me, or somebody who is your colleague or junior. That's extremely important for us. And integrity is something which you should never compromise, right? I was seeing one podcast of one guy, and then there was a army lady. She said that choose hard right instead of small wrongs. Correct. So choose always hard right, because it's hard to do that, but it always long term. And just stay calm and just don't be delulu, right? That's what they say, right? Just relax and don't overthink about your career. It will just fall under place if you have passion to do things.
I would like to add here, so two skills here you have to learn. One is have the business acumen, okay? Learn the business. And the second, cultivate the mindset, the entrepreneurial mindset. That would help you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Not taking much time, guys. Just one more thing, ma'am. When you speak about inclusive hiring and diversity, there's one major thing that comes into picture, ma'am. That is resistance and lack of communication that arises in organizations, ma'am. Being a project manager myself, ma'am, how would I should ensure that they should be not, if I haven't placed into Chennai, there is a communication gap that I am facing with my team. There is a resistance into the team that they are not able to accept me as well. So what in that scenario, what I should do, and what in that scenario, what employer should also do. That is the one thing. It is with the panel, I feel like.
Use AI, I would say.
Oh, great, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Good evening, and thank you for such an insightful session. So oftentimes in organization when there is diversity hiring, the other employees might think that the diverse candidate is only there because of that X diversity factor they're bringing in, and there might be an animosity towards that candidate. So how HR professionals can make sure that there is a holistic working environment, that a safe working environment is being put forward for that candidate so that they don't feel alienated?
So don't think too much on diversity, first of all, guys. Okay? That because I am a female, I won't get that. I am a male, I won't get that. I am third gender, so I am not getting hired. I think we think too much. So that's not at all important, right? Equally important that any diverse candidate should get opportunity. That is very important. But as a candidate also, what happens sometimes, मैं भी सोचती हूँ, अरे मेरा हो नहीं रहा है यार, ये क्या, ये 4 बंदे हैं, ब्रो क्लब बन गया है, right? वो होता, I'm telling you, right? 4 guys goes on smoke break and I feel left out because I don't smoke, and I'm like, oh, bro club हो रहा है यहाँ पे, तो अब मेरा क्या होगा, right? But ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. You know, with time you prove yourself, you keep performing, you keep doing your hard work, that no one can take from you. Despite of whatever biasness, preferences, right? That no one can take from you. As an organization, what we should do, of course, you know, we should keep things transparent, and I always emphasize on that. It has been 20 years I have been working, right? And I work with multiple organizations. I always feel transparency for any organization is so important that you cannot ignore that. If that transparency is not there, then it needs to fix at leadership level, not at your level. If you feel such situation, you know, when you work somewhere, please go and raise your voice, talk about it, and bring your data. I am a data person, so I always emphasize, bring your data that this is what you have done and justice not being done. So, you know, bring points and data and be very straight in communication. Don't feel मैं बोल दूंगी तो क्या हो जाएगा, कुछ नहीं होता है. ठीक है? So just be very mindful when you talk, but be very truthful also when you talk, if you feel something like that is not happening with you.
I think what also she mentioned earlier as well, that as an organization, the focus should not, I mean, it should not be like I am going to hire only diverse or I'm going to push an agenda of diverse. Merit is most important. Forget everything else. You treat a person, and I like the the concept of a blind resume as well. You treat a person, you know, I mean, you skill-based hiring, you're doing opportunity, giving an opportunity to a person. Now, whether that person is a fit to an organization, that is the assessment that one must do from a technical as well as what she mentioned earlier, attitude. Because अगर काम करने का will है ना, then और काम करना आता है, तुम कर दोगे. Even if अगर skill can be taught, अगर if you still 70-60%, no worries. I mean, L&D is there to manage. Work on the job, you will learn, you will pick it up. कोई rocket science नहीं है. When we all have seen.
Everybody will see your work. Nobody will see, like, you know, other things which you're talking about diversity. Just prove yourself by your work. That's it, I must say.
And have that attitude of, you know, it's okay to fail. We don't expect, I mean, especially from you guys, to have or, you know, ensuring that you should know it all. So feel free to, but at least, like she said, that speak up and then go for it. Like, we still have that mindset that, okay, when it comes to logic, engineers are more logical, marketing people are more creative. Forget about that. If you know, you have that gut feeling that you can do it, just go for it.
Okay, I think this was an insightful discussion. I think one thing is for it's just not a, you know, kind of a moral imperative. I mean, it's not that कि करना ही है, and we've been told many times, okay, include a 5% diversity ratio, or include a 10% number, or give a gender pay. It is nothing like that. It is a strategy which an organization, of course, adopts, learns from the Western worlds, but at the same time gives true value to skill, true value to opportunities, and true value to merit. Once that happens, opportunities for every candidate is at equal level, and that is what we take away from here. Don't stress out कि नहीं, I mean, at least I know for sure I've been part of manufacturing organizations, and never have I said, okay, or have done hiring in the earlier, as you always do. When you pass out, you always go and first do hiring itself. That's the true learning when you get, because you meet businesses. You don't set, okay, I need to bring in a culture, specific culture here only. That may be a need of a job in some areas of the world, but then you need to also, I think something which we should also highlight here, so you need to also coach the managers to be acceptable to such situations. I think managers, and believe me, now things are changing after COVID or in the last decade or so. There have been legacy, there have been traditional cases, but people are evolving, and that evolution requires some effort from leaders like them. I think we should all thank their wisdom. I think of course, it's been a learning session for me as well. I've noted down so many keywords that I'm going to put on my resume and float it around, and hoping that, okay, I know so much about diversity now, but I hope they could share some of their wisdoms to you as well, live examples. Feel free if you have any questions afterwards as well, but I would like you to, clap for them and share your appreciation.
I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing valuable insights on the topic. We believe that this discussion will prove highly valuable for our upcoming managers in this evolving landscape. I would now request all the panelists to remain on the stage for felicitation. I would request Mr. Sajal to felicitate the respective panelists for the vote of thanks. I would like to invite Ms. Rizwana Sheikh. I would now like to invite Ms. Shweta Parekh. I would now like to invite Ms. Ragini Srivastav. I would request Shreyansh, our Joint Secretary, to kindly felicitate Sajal sir. Sir, ma'am, can we have a group photograph, please? Yes, yeah, obviously. Thank you so much, panelists, for making this session so interactive. Now I would like to invite Shreyansh to give the vote of thanks for the day.
Hello everyone, I, Shreyansh Vasa, Joint Secretary of the Executive Education Committee, stand here to mark the end of Day 1 of Vimarsh 2025. As our 4 panels conclude, we wrap up an enriching day of discussions dedicated to talent acquisition. Throughout the day, we explored diverse dimensions of recruitment, from the transformation of global capability centers and reimagining campus hiring for Gen Z, to the power of HR analytics and impact of inclusive hiring practices. Each session brought fresh insights and practical strategies, reminding us all of how vital talent acquisition is in building organizations that are innovative, resilient, and future ready. On behalf of the Executive Education Committee, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Director General, Professor Dr. Himadri Das, our Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Sonu Goyal ma'am, and our Registrar, Mr. Rajendra Singh, for their constant support and encouragement. We are deeply grateful to our mentors, Mr. Vishwesh Ranjan, Head of Executive Education, Mr. Amit Abrol, Head Career Services, IMI Delhi, Kolkata, and Bhubaneswar, and Ms. Vibha Kumar, Head of Career Services, Delhi Campus, for their invaluable guidance and support. Our sincere appreciation goes to Farhana ma'am, Dikshant sir, and Ankit sir for their continued support. A special note of thanks to Vandana ma'am, Guneet ma'am, Harsh sir, Rahul sir, Piyusha ma'am, Tulika ma'am, Seema ma'am, Sarojini ma'am, Shyam sir, the IT team, support staff, and the program office, whose behind-the-scenes efforts made today seamless. Finally, a heartfelt thank you to all of you, the entire IMI community, all the students, and the members of the Executive Education Committee, whose enthusiasm, participation, and curiosity made day one of Vimarsh 2025 a true success. As we conclude today's discussion, let us look forward to tomorrow's discussions on learning and development, another crucial pillar of HR. Day 2 promises a thought-provoking conversation on how organizations can build a culture of continuous growth, upskilling, and future readiness. We look forward to welcome you all back tomorrow, energized and ready to continue the journey of shaping the future of HR together. Thank you.